All right. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, my camera is all weird. I don't know how it got moved. Anyway, oh no, we'll go like that. There. Okay. They're like peeking up over the ledge. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Happy Monday. I almost said Saturday. It's not Saturday. Feels like it for some reason. Okay, I'm gonna do some paintings. These are what we did last stream. We did some top-down stuff. We might do more top-down views today. But I don't specifically need to do that. I'm okay doing just I don't know. I was thinking maybe some wintry scenes. I don't have a plan. Maybe wintry scenes, maybe top down. We're just gonna start out with a couple hours of sketching. That's typically how stream goes. If you're new here or something, yeah, that's what we do. And then after the 2 hour mark, we pick a painting, work on it for the rest of the stream. So this is the one we picked last time. I worked on it for the rest of the stream. I cranked the saturation at the end, which this is the cranked up version. I actually like it. I like the super saturated version. It's not very subtle. There's a lot of vibrancy in here. Actually, it's not that bad. There's still some subtle grays, funny enough. But it's pretty consistent, though. I think cranking the saturation in that way is not the way to do it. It's not good to just move the slider, because then everything gets adjusted equally. But I like it. I actually like the saturated background. I think that looks cool. Yeah, I'm happy with this. Overall, I'd say I'm happy with it. Okay, but now, let's... I don't know if I saved this out to a new file, though. Let's start a new file. I don't think I did. Oh, look at me being unprepared. 875. That is a lot of streams that we've had. Stream 875. Okay, now I turn it off and on again. So turn time-lapse off. Save it. It is now saved. Turn it back. Oh, I can just delete. I can turn that off. And then I turn it back on. Save it again, just to make sure. There. Now, there should be a time-lapse recording. And we can paint. Let's change the background. Let's do a green or something, maybe. I don't know. Maybe a green background? I don't know. So somebody asked last stream why I choose, pick random colors background. I don't have a reason other than it just mixes with the colors that I put on, and because I use a textury brush, and sometimes it makes little, color jitters, and it's basically like using a subtle color jitter, where within this color I have, even if it looks like one color, there's also some green poking through. That's why I do it. Try hard, Ellie. How's it going? Try harding, probably. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Nothing wrong with try harding. I remember back in, I don't know, back... Do you remember? I'm sure you do, because your name is Tryhard. Back when, people would use tryhard as an insult, and I always thought that was the weirdest thing. Yes, I am trying to win in a competitive game. Is that bad? I don't know. I always felt weird, that people would only use it when, hopefully you're trying. I don't know. I never really got it, but anyway, it was, yeah, your name brought back memories of people raging in video games. Okay, what do I want to paint? I don't know. I think I want to paint... we were talking about top-down scenes, but maybe not. Maybe we'll start with some snowy scene. I don't know. Maybe we'll just start with a classic composition. Maybe I'll invert the colors. I'll do a light foreground, dark background. Something like that. Something in the foreground. Maybe these are trees. Maybe it's a mountain. This time of scene makes me think of, headlights at night, where you have a dark forest or something, and some of these are, some of these trees are being lit. That's what it reminds me of. but I don't think. I mean, we don't have to paint specifically that, right? It could also be underwater. It definitely gives a little bit spooky vibes, but it also, this bright white makes me think of snow a little bit. Controversial name, I suppose. Well, I don't think it's actually controversial. I don't even know why I mentioned it. I mean, other than I saw your name, I just started blabbering about it. But no, I like it. I like your name. I think your name, or not your name specifically, but like the term try hard, I feel like that is one of the, of like, as far as toxic online behavior goes, like people calling other people names, I think that's like genuinely a good thing. Like people like having a mentality of like, I'm gonna try in a thing. I don't know if that's, maybe that's not the same. I don't know, but I think it's like a, I think that it's like there's, I don't know, maybe a generation of people who genuinely will try at things and see it as a good thing, and is like, you know, even if it's a video game, or you know, it's fine to like try hard and be good, and like there's, or skill issue, you know, telling people things are skill issue when they lose. I think that's like a healthy thing, because it typically is. Like, it's not in a bad way, not like, oh, it's bad. I think that's what I was gonna rant about. Not try hard, but like, you know, it's like people use it as an insult, but I think it's a good like framework for navigating the world. Like when things don't work, you can try harder and get better. And like, yes, obviously it's not always your fault, but it's better than just blaming the world for things. Anyway, it makes same for art, right? Like when in doubt, get good. You know, telling people to get good or telling yourself to get good. I feel like that's a healthy attitude to have. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe on the extreme it's not healthy, but telling people to get good, I don't know. I'm here for it. I mean, I don't tell other people to get good, but like I tell myself to get good, you know? I've internalized that online trash talk. Okay, we're just making a snowy, this is like a creepy scene. Let me add some color in here. Maybe some dark, what's a good color for a forest if we want to make it not too creepy? Maybe just blue. Blue sky. Can't go wrong with blue. I mean, I suppose you could. Blue and green. I mean, we can get some of that green back in there. That's what we can do. Some of that green from the background could poke through. Or I guess it's not really poking through. I'm just adding it right back on top. But it's still, it's making its impact, right? There's a thing. But yeah, how are you? How are you, Tryhard Ellie? Hope you're doing well today. Hope the Monday is going well. Yeah, that's nice. But let's add some story though. What if there's like a something in the trees? I don't know, some sort of shape. Maybe they're like placards or things on the, maybe like bullseyes, or I don't know, it could be anything. Maybe they're not trees, maybe they're statues. Commissar Skull, hello! By the way, Commissar Skull, a while back, somebody messaged me on Instagram and said, "Hi, I love your work. Commissar Skull introduced me to your work." And then I said, "Thank you." And so, thank you. Thanks for sending people. Apparently you said nice things about me. I don't know. But anyway, how are you? So I appreciate it. Hope your day is going well. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah. Hi, Joe. Hi, chat. Hi, Reed Kreiner. How's it going? A little bit pumpkin pie. Hello, Joe. Hello, chat. Hope all is well. My life has been good, if a bit annoying. That's Good. Annoying, but good. Doing good things. I'm an artist working on background for the first time. Ooh, nice. Uh, very nice. When do you have like a is it a background for just to paint environments, or is it like a background for a comic you're working on, or does it have a purpose other than maybe just like for fun? I mean, I'm just painting these for fun, right? This doesn't have a purpose, but it's I'm always curious, like what made you decide to paint a background for the first time? I don't mean to like, you know, put you on trial here. You pop into my stream and I immediately start like bombarding questions. Hi, how are you? What are you working on? Why are you doing what you doing? How'd you find the stream? You know, all these things. Okay, I'm just kind of adding some color. I'm suffering. Honestly, came here to see if I could learn anything. Well, if there's any questions you have, I'm happy to talk about things that I do. I find like my generic tips for people who I have no idea where or, you know, how you're struggling, which may or may not apply to you, are just things like create a clear separation of foreground, background, midground. You know, typically you pick an eye line that is somewhere up top or somewhere down below, like that, you know, like here or here. You're making a skybox for a video game you're working on. Oh, nice. I actually don't know I don't really know what a skybox is. Hold on, I gotta Google that term. Skybox. What? Okay, you're gonna have to explain it to me. What is a skybox? I feel like I should know this term. Raychiana, hey there. Hey, howdy. Howdy, howdy. Okay, let's lap in some more colors. Yeah, we're not painting top-down scenes today, I've decided right now. But we are painting lots of blue and green. Yeah, I think my biggest tip for just like people doing environments for the first time is trying to paint the ground plane or putting an emphasis on the ground plane. Whether it's, you know, painting a literal like flat plane like this, but even better is you add some variation in that flat plane and make little hills, and just something as simple as a few different values. Something like that, you know, maybe a bright sky, classic bright sky, back, you know, slightly less bright background or foreground. And then from here, you know, you could do like paint a tower, or maybe there's, you know, maybe you really want to push the depth, so you add lots of little areas back here. You know, I'm going to make them a little bit brighter. Right, and so now suddenly the scale has increased because I've added more layers of depth, right? Instead of just having these 3 that I started with, I now have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? Every time I add those like horizontal lines, it adds another layer. So that's something that's like a little hack if you want to change the scale. The more sort of lines you add, more layers of overlap. And so like here's a rock. And then, of course, I made a path, so you could imagine a character going down the path. That's kind of one of my tips for environments is hey, Skittle, Hey, Skittle. How's it going on YouTube? How's the YouTube side of things? For those who don't know, I do stream on YouTube as a way to record VODs. Mostly it's left unattended, but it exists. If you ever want to catch a stream after the fact, YouTube is a good way to do that. You know, youtube.com/jstiller30. Same as I think that's my YouTube. It's a background to give the illusion of mountains and forests and this. Gotcha. Okay. So it's probably very similar to this then, where you just use a few graphical shapes. Like the foreground would be here, right? This could be the actual playable surface, you know. And then the background would be just a few graphical shapes. Typically, I say typically these background shapes are getting lighter, but then you basically make like this, where like if you wanted some trees back here, you might go something like this. And these are lighter because, again, I made them lighter. And so this would be one layer, right? You could make this one layer if you really wanted, and you could give it like when the screen scrolls, if you're doing like a side scroller, this could move slowly. And then this next layer, which I haven't actually made on a new layer, I will right now though. This next layer could be on a new layer, and you could also have trees, but they would be bigger, they'd be closer. Obviously, you'd paint them, and you could texture them and paint them. And this one would move faster, right? Because you'd be parallax. And then the foreground is just like, that's where you move, right? Like little character walking. And so you can do some really simple environments by just having this kind of thing, and just some very simple, almost cutout shapes. And then within each one, right? So like within this shape here, the background, you might, maybe you want a little bit of blue light or something, or, maybe there's some colors, very simple. Anyway, I don't know if that's exactly what you're going for. Obviously, every painting's different, but stuff like that, you can do some very simple environments for that kind of thing. I didn't realize that was called a skybox, but I like that. Because it makes a lot of sense. A lot of times it's just like a backlight, kind of. Maybe that's why it's called that. I don't know. But yeah, that's a thing. So it's very similar to this technique. Works. I think it would work quite well for that. In my uninformed opinion, based on I have no idea what you're doing. I hope the game goes well, though. That sounds really cool. Yeah, obviously, split them into layers, all that. I don't know much about, like, looping background. I would imagine there'd need to be some looping in there, because I don't know how that works. Although, maybe not. Now I'm curious. When people make side-scroller games, I know there are probably ways to optimize it to loop. But also, I could see a world where somebody just paints an entire level design and says, here's the entire level design. And you zoom in and you just scroll across, there'd be like trees or whatever you'd have in the, maybe a house, more trees, a car. This is how I draw cars, another car, right? Just stuff, trees, mountains, right? And then you'd have you'd zoom in and your character, all in his pixel glory, Mario or whoever, would go boop, would run along here, and you just have a very long background. Is that what I wonder if that's typically how it's done? You just have a super long background, like level backdrop. Jumps up to the top of the house. But I also could imagine a lot of older games like optimizing in that they you make it loop. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I wasn't sure because I know there's a lot of games like Mega Man or or just different types of old school side scroller games where like the levels are fixed, right? Like the level is the level is the level. It doesn't loop, it doesn't change. It's just very like each level is its own thing, and so it's not an endless game. It's not like Flappy Birds or whatever where like you have your Flappy Bird and the game kind of just scrolls forever and it's like clouds, generic clouds in the background. But like if you have a designed level, I could see like long level designs. But yeah, anyway, this would be, I feel like, a very easy way to do it, although maybe time intensive. Whereas like a Flappy Birds game where maybe you just want clouds floating in the background, then you would just use some generic looping thing. Hi Pepperly, how's it going? For 3D games, skyboxes don't move. They're just in the environment Oh, gotcha. Okay, they don't move. I see. They're just the environment that's impossible to touch. That's an orb box around the playfield that gives you a loot. Gotcha. Oh, okay. Actually, I knew that term. Okay, I did know that. I've heard of that. Gotcha. Okay. So it's like almost like a panorama. You're painting a panorama view, the top, the sides, everything where objects and things are gonna appear in front of it. It's just the basically the sky. It's the far background. But not just the sky, right? Like there can be other stuff. I see. I did know that, kind of. I've heard of that concept, but I got confused. I don't know that Silksong has any repeating areas because of how illustrated is. Yeah, that would make sense. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. For Hollow Knight, they reuse assets and place them to make a background. I think that's really common, right? Especially for like, I don't know how big of a studio made Hollow Knight, but reusing assets for things like, you know, simplifying them into silhouettes for a background, or reusing, sometimes retexturing in areas. I know that was like a big thing that a lot of games do. Just like, wasn't it like, I think the original Mario, right? Like they had to get super creative with how they used their assets because they only had such a limited space on the little cartridges. So like a plant can also be a ground texture, which could also be something else, like just by rotating it. And it's like they're all like very simple things. I feel like nowadays you don't need to do that as much with like finding clever ways. Mostly it's just like a time thing if you can save time, but it's not really about like, yeah, hills and clouds be the same texture. Yeah, that's cool. It's cool from a technological standpoint, and it's neat from a just from like a process. Like I know Path of Exile, they reuse textures all the time. They even reuse textures between games. So like there's Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2, and not only do they reuse textures like from the story into the end game, and they have like this map system where after you play the campaign, that each level or each zone that you experience in the campaign will also have a couple corresponding maps, and they're retextured, recolored. Sometimes they are hardly recognizable as the same thing, but they're the same thing. And it's just their way to like get the most out of their time and their assets. If you're gonna have somebody meticulously model a bookshelf, you better believe it, they're gonna reuse that bookshelf, you know, in another level. And so it's I just think it's neat. It's a neat way to do it. It's also, it kind of creates a style. Like it's, if I think if one person, if you had an infinite amount of time and you were to hand make everything, it'd be very easy for certain things to be disjointed and not feel like, oh, this level doesn't feel like the rest of the game, right? It has its very own, you know, visual style. But if you're reusing assets, you kind of have to make it feel the same, which is kind of cool. All right. But speaking of making it cool, let's paint some. Let's add in. So this is a very generic painting, which is fine. But let's add in some floating rocks to make it totally not generic. No, just kidding. Floating rocks are quite generic in terms of fantasy landscape, but you know what? That's okay. What if we add some above, though? Like a floating rock up here. And then another one up here. Oh, I thought it was a flag. It could be. I'm just trying to sketch in some things that are... Actually, one way we could do it is flip it upside down, and if we know where our eye line is, which is about here, you would make these shapes flat here, because we are upside down, right? You'd make these shapes flatter as they go further back. That one's not going to look good. We'll try it anyway. And then, of course, they're darker, right? But they're lighter as they go further back, too. And so now when we flip it back over, there are a bunch of floating rocks. Now, this one needs to be a little darker, if it's going to be here. Because I made these darker. But they're going to have the same... They're going to follow that same perspective. And that's something tricky that a lot of people forget, is when you're drawing things like clouds, they are in perspective, right? You do have, like, if you have a flat base to the clouds, they still are gonna be like, especially if they're at the same height. Obviously, if they're at different heights, it's gonna look different. But like, if this is a cloud or a rock in perspective, like, you're still gonna have a bit, you know, it's a cube, and you have a bottom side to it, and so sometimes just indicating those bottom planes, just like somebody was talking about planes of the face, and when I was struggling to draw a face the other day, and this is the same, right? When you draw things like rocks, everything has faces or planes, like a rock face or a rock plane. Everything has different geometry. And so I think it's just, as long as you remember that, then you can sketch things in. I don't know if this looks good, though. And this one doesn't need to be up here. They don't really look like floating rocks, really. I could do, like, the classic... you know, rocky not outcropping, but like the thingy, like the pointy rocks like this, like the pyramid shapes. I don't know. Let's think. What do we want to do? Maybe up here, these rocks are breaking apart. Maybe there's a bit of a story. And like they're getting chipped away. And then as they... Hey man, I first discovered you on Kara. Wait, really? I haven't used Kara in ages. Hi, Iron Matt 686. Well, I should use Kara more often. I haven't Wait, really? When? Now I'm curious. Did you just recently? Because I haven't uploaded Kara in months. In years? No, it's been like probably 6 months. Maybe more? Whoa, that's crazy. Hold on. Actually, it might have been over a year. How did you discover me? How did you discover me on... Okay, interrogation time. How did it happen? No, that's cool, though. Thank you. Thanks for being here. It was some time ago. Oh, okay. So I thought you meant, like, today. Like, hey, I just popped over from Kara, which is, like, you know, dug up an old account or something that an old post that I made years ago. That's funny. That's cool, though. Hey, Kara doing work, I guess. People actually... That's neat. Do you still use Kara? I mean, I know people do use Kara. I need to use it again. Also, this is a very generic landscape, but that's okay. I'm just trying to make some shapes and forms that look interesting to me and play around with stuff. Also, why is my nose itching? But yeah, at this stage, before I added too much color, I want to play around with just making shapes, trying to... You know what? What if we bring this eye line way down? And there's like What if these are floating too? What if we are on a floating platform? Hazel, how's it going? Hello. Like, what if we are on a floating platform? So here's the platform. Oh. This is where perspective is super important, but I'm probably gonna flub it. Flub, that's a word. But basically, it's important to make the illusion read, but I might goof it up. And maybe there's like shapes that intersect. So maybe there's these really long shapes. And maybe they cut behind the thing. Doing all right. About to cook dinner. Nice. Hopefully you have a good dinner. So again, some big shapes back here that cut behind these shapes. Excuse me. Sneezing. I think that's more interesting. So one of the things I do, I have a lot of what I call like standard models. I just made that term up, not just now, but I've used it for a while. But basically, I have a bunch of standard models for environments of like things that I can come back to. And one of them is that environment I just made, right? It's the dark foreground, light midground, lightest background. It's very, very simple. You can start really almost any landscape that way, especially if it's like a foggy landscape. And then you just make shapes, you know, maybe they're trees, maybe they're hills, you know, maybe maybe you want the focal point to be in the midground, so you do that, right? This kind of thing, right? A big house, a barn, right? Some sort of thing in the scene. It could be a tractor. It doesn't matter what it is. But it's in the midground, right? And then maybe you have some foreground stuff here as well. And that's basically it, right? Like that sort of setup is so simple. But I also don't want to make every scene this, right? And so I want to play around. So what I'm doing here is sort of expanding on that and trying to make these shapes more interesting, have lots of overlapping shapes. It's not just a simple one foreground, midground, background, but I do have those distinct parts in here, hopefully. I mean, they don't quite look like it right now, but yeah, that's something that I like to do, because then I can play around with things and try to fiddle with sort of that model. It's just like a good jumping off point. Maybe this one's lighter. This is lighter. Okay, so maybe we have these big shapes cutting across the scene. Some of them are small, some of them are light, some are big. But then we're gonna have scene or objects in the foreground. So now I'm gonna push this back. That. Maybe I'm a little darker. And then I'm going to make another layer here. Like that. So unless there's direct light illuminating foreground objects, that's what really natural wave values come. So I like to think of this as, yeah, basically if this is like a shadowy scene. This is and it's not really that things are darkest in the foreground. It's more that they're the highest contrast. So you can think of this as like a shadow layer or an atmospheric perspective layer. It's not all of the light, but it's just like the weakest light. And if technically if you wanted to add other light in here, yeah, you would add it directly on top. But like even if you had a direct sunlight, let's say like this, shining in the scene. I'm trying to do it with here. Let me take a jitter. Let me take a texture brush here. So hopefully I can make my point better. Do I have a texture brush? This. So let's say this was the... Okay, that's way too fine of a texture. Hold on. Okay, let's say this was the light, right? And there's a light source in here. And just to make it even more believable, let's make the background not as bright, right? Because typically direct light is actually brighter than the sky. Okay, so let's say this was our scene, and maybe back here we'll have some equally bright shapes, right? Stuff like that. So let's say this is our scene, and let me just make it look not terrible for a moment. Just add some, yeah, foreground, or stuff that passing through it. Okay, there we go. There's our scene, right? So this might be a kind of like, that would work, but here's the thing. Even if the entire foreground is in light, you still, in theory, your darkest shadows are those little parts between the light, right? Like if you have a bunch of grass that's being lit, there's going to be little dark spots, right? Like where the light doesn't reach because you have bits of grass and it's down in the nooks and crannies. That's still going to be those darkest spots, like even in real life. You know, if you have a car or something, it's that under part of the car. Even if the whole street and the whole car is flooded in light, you are going to have these little dark recessed areas that don't get any light. Even in the foreground, you know, it'll be the texture, right? It'll be the shadow and the texture that's the dark stuff. And so even in a scene that's drowned in light, your darkest stuff is still there. It's just being covered up, kind of like. But what it creates is it creates a contrast. So now your brightest stuff is in the foreground, but it's also your darkest stuff, right? Now your next brightest stuff is, let's say, in the light here, but so is your next darkest shadows, right? Your next darkest shadows are these shapes, right? So maybe it's something that's in shadow back here. So your shadows are getting lighter, but your light is also, well, light's pretty consistent, right? Light is, but even that, technically, your light would get a little dimmer back here. It might get a little bluer. So your light's kind of getting weaker in some ways, but that's less important. But your shadows are also getting weaker, right? Your shadows are getting, everything's kind of taking on the color of this atmosphere, or in this case, you know, the sky. So whatever color the sky is, whether you have a pink sky or not, everything kind of takes on that color. And so all the light's being diffused into that color. So yeah, I mean, even if you have a bright foreground, so that's why I start with that, is because it's kind of gonna be there anyway. Now you could, in theory, you could do it different, right? You could start with a bright background, and maybe you know that your foreground is gonna be in light, and so you're like, okay, let's just paint this in light. And maybe this is the setup, right? This is how I started in this scene. But even in this scene, I'm going to need to go back in, and if I'm going to have a character in here, let's say my character is also shrouded in light, right? Let's make a character, because this is totally how characters look. Character shrouded in light. Well, what do I have to do? Well, I have to come back in here and add some of those nooks and crannies to like carve out the character. You know, maybe that's underneath their, maybe they're a hooded character. Not hooded. I don't know. Maybe they're I'm trying to think. Maybe they're wearing armor and there's little little bits of shiny stuff, and it's like you get some little dark shapes, you know, or they're wearing pants and underneath their legs is, you know, just there's some dark recessed areas. Like the darkest spots are still going to typically fall. I mean, there are cases where like the light's gonna sort of diffuse it or whatever, but like your darkest spots can still be in that foreground. They're just not very many of them because they're mostly being washed out. And sometimes you do get an effect where like the light literally washes that out if you want to give like a, you know, like a lens, like a bloom effect kind of. And so then maybe the darkest part's in the midground. And you absolutely can have the darkest part of your scene in the midground, right? Like, make no mistake about it. It doesn't have to be the foreground. But if we're just talking like, if we're comparing apples to apples kind of thing, right? Like dark recessed shadow to dark recessed shadow, the foreground one's going to have the most contrast, right? Because as you go further back, you're viewing that shadow through more atmosphere. So yeah, that's basically what this is. This is basically an atmospheric pass. It's not a lighting pass, really. You know, if you're painting a foggy forest, it's perfect because then that's all you need. But yeah, that's how I think of it, and that's why I start that way. It's not, you don't have to start that way. A lot of people don't, but to me it helps. The atmosphere is diffusing the light that reaches your eye. Yeah, exactly. Yep, as that light travels to your eye, it bounces around, bumps into little particles, and eventually when it reaches your eye, it's not very pure light. And so even, you know, it's kind of like a, you know, you have the bright, I mean, again, this is, not every scene is like this, right? Once you start thinking of yourself as like a camera, right? Obviously there's lens flares and camera effects, and there can be other light coming into the scene to fill it up that just is not necessarily natural, but it's sort of like an artifact of how you're filming the thing, right? If you're focusing on one thing, you can change your exposure, right? You can change, you know, you can up contrast in your focal point, and everything else is not contrast. Like, you have control over that, so it's not like an objective thing. But I feel like sort of in a vacuum, right? You know, in this sort of idealized version, your highest contrast, your brightest brights, and your darkest darks are in the foreground, and everything else kind of, you know, they get closer and closer. Your lights get closer to your shadows, and your shadows get closer to your lights as you go further back. They never quite touch, right? It's still good to keep them separate. Now, in real life, they can, right? They can even pass each other. But again, that's with a bunch of other effects, and that's like post-processing, or like, you know, once you get all your lights in there and all your materials, yeah, you can have some wacky stuff occur where you have like a really bright shadow and a really dark light, or like a dim light on a dark object or something. Like, you absolutely can have, you know, those kind of crazy scenarios, but like in a sort of in your idealized version, your highest contrast is typically in the foreground, and your darkest and your lowest contrast is typically in the background. You know, it's not a science. Well, I mean, actually there is literally science to it, but it's, again, it's a very idealized version, but it's I like to start there and then I deviate from there because it just helps keep things organized a little bit. Sorry if that explanation got a little rambly, but hopefully it made sense. But yeah, I'm just painting some... I've been painting on this one thumbnail for way too long. Yeah, way too long. Hold on, let me just... But I kind of like it. Maybe I don't like this foreground thing. No, thank you. Yeah, no worries. Something like this, maybe? See, this is the thing where, like, in theory, thumbnailing can be this, like, it can be a pretty intense process of, like, really trying to figure out how do you make things look graphically in an interesting way. You know, this foreground thing needs to overlap this background thing. You know, you don't want everything too separate. It can take a lot of work. Even though I typically breeze through it. And, you know, thumbnailing tends to be this sort of, you know, you're painting small, so you think that, oh, I have to paint it really fast. But it doesn't have to be. It can take a while. You can sort of think about it for a while. Hello, Sander Rose. How's it going? Hope you're doing well today. Let's add a glow dodge in here. Light from the depth or from the distance. Glow dodge is amazing. Something like that could be fun. They're very cinematic. We got that light coming across. There. That's a thing. Okay. Yeah, but let's just slap some color dodge in the other ones too. See what that looks like. No, that's not going to look as good. We didn't lay the groundwork for that. It's not bad though, actually. These colors are kind of nice. They're very bright, but you know what? Let's try that. So I'm going to take these colors here and just paint with them for a bit and see how that looks. I'm good. Got a hardback book on how to draw from your aunt since she works in a place that deals with books. Oh, nice. What's the book called? I'm curious because maybe I know of it or maybe I've even read it. Is it called How to Draw? Because that's a great book. It's intense though. There's a book called How to Draw by Scott Robertson, and if you it is like the most intense thing. Because he goes like from basic beginner perspective to like the most advanced in the course of just a few hundred pages. How to draw step by step. Okay, I don't know if I know that one, but yeah, that's cool though. I hope it's a good book, and I hope you can learn a lot from it. Hopefully, there's some good nuggets of wisdom in there. I is a G. Also, my glasses are smudgy. What is wrong with me? Oh my goodness, I can't see. I'm trying to read chat without my glasses. I just see lines. I see that you said something, but I can't see what it is. Hold on. It's by Mark and Mary Willenbrink. That's a last name. Willenbrink. Nice. Yeah, I hope it's good. Let me Google it. How to draw step by step. How to draw step by step. Willenbrink. Nice. A visual guide to realistic drawing. That's good. I hope it's a good book. I'm always curious because I don't consume a ton of is a book about staircases? What? A book about oh. But Art Fuse with the puns. Yeah, I don't consume a ton of drawing books like that, or like, you know, there's a pen and ink books, and so I'm always curious what they start with and sort of what the sort of, it's not, this isn't the right word, but what's the curriculum like? You know, does it start with, you know, basic lines and like, you know, pen control, or does it jump into perspective, or is it more like, here's how you draw a fire truck and then it breaks it down into shapes, and like, you know, I'm always curious because every book is a little different. Everybody teaches things a little different. And I think there's a place for all of them. But like I think there's a variety, like within that framework. There's some things that I think are just more boring for people, and so it's like you want to balance a line of like having people draw things that they think are interesting or make them see progress early, but also you don't want to give them like a recipe that they can't then use for other things. So it's real tricky. Which is kind of why I like Scott Robertson's book, How to Draw, because it's so technical and it's pure. It's just like a textbook. It doesn't. It's not a book that you're gonna sit down and be like, "Oh, what a great read!" You know, I sure spent a nice afternoon reading that book. Like, no, it's just technical all the way through. And it's not fun. It's not, but at the same time, I feel like it does a good job of like, if you understand everything and you apply it page by page, it's not a book you're gonna finish. Yeah, it's not a book. I mean, I finished it kind of. I mean, I read it, the whole thing. I did go through it. Um, I did not apply everything in the book, right? I didn't learn something and then go out and immediately do the thing. So I have not done everything in the book, but I did read it. I read it cover to cover. But it's not like, oh, what a great book. I really enjoyed it. Like, it's boring. It's just, yeah. But at the same time, I think a lot of art is that way, and especially like the knowledge side of art. Um, I don't know. So I'm kind of like that stuff. Like, I like that it exists, and yeah, educational books are interesting. They can be a little dull. It's good as in the information that's in it is exactly what one needs to absorb to become good at drawing, but it's just it is very dry. It is the driest book. Yeah, I don't think there is a more dry art book out there. Um, it's gotta be the most dry book. Like, it is. It doesn't jump in with like colorful language. It's straight to the dryness, and it stays there the whole time. But you know what? I kind of love it for that. Because, like, the knowledge is there, So it's like a good reference book. And for those who just tuned in, we're talking about the book How to Draw by Scott Robertson. There's another book that somebody just mentioned, How to Draw Step by Step by Will Brink. Which I'm not familiar with that one. But yeah, I feel like most things like this, especially when it comes to educational things, as long as it's not the only thing that you read. Like, if you only read How to Draw by Scott Robertson's, you would walk away thinking drawing is the worst thing ever. But if you also watched videos or read books like Color and Light by James Gurney, or watched videos by Marco Bucci, or a comic artist doing comics but talking about perspective, like, I think then you'd be like, oh, okay, like, I understand where How to Draw fits in, right? And I think most art books, even if they're taught in a way that I don't really like, or like, as long as you have a well-rounded diet, of content or of educational material, I think they're all pretty good. Like, most, it's at the very least, it's going to be somebody's experience trying to teach you. It may not be line up exactly with how you want to learn. But it's, some people don't like Marco Bucci, and that's fine. But there are other colorists out there doing color stuff, and maybe they'd be better for you. But, like, it's nice to still have watched Marco Bucci so that you at least can understand that piece of the pie, right? So yeah, I'm big on that. I think, diversifying your resources and materials, and yeah. I can't tell much about the book. I got it today. It's my first book ever on the subject. Well, I hope it's good. I hope it's good. I like being overly critical about art books, or just not, or art content in general, but also at the same time, I stand by what I just said. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, there's a lot of those books that, back when I was a kid, they were like how to draw cats. And they were basically like a cart. I think they were like cartoonists' book. I don't know if people found them valuable, but like, here's how you draw an eye. And then they would have this thing, but like, here's how you could draw another eye. And then they would have this shape, you know? And it would be like, you can draw either of these, you know? And it's like, what? Like, I don't, like, am I supposed to pick and choose which eye to draw for my face? And like, here's how to draw noses. You know, this is a nose. And then, but here's also a nose, you know? And it's like this, and it's like, okay, I get it, you know? Or you can have a round nose, you know? You can have a nose that, like a button nose, you know? Like from the side. And like, is that, like, I never found that stuff useful. It felt like a pick and choose and like mix and match face. But at the same time, I do think it's useful for some people, especially like maybe later in your career when you're really trying to figure out different ways to draw certain things, right? And so like it's hard to be too critical about that stuff, but at the same time, I like thinking about how it fits in. Yeah, it's teaching pictograms. Yeah, but I think that's fine, right? Like, I think there are artists out there who are very good at drawing who maybe just haven't considered that they can draw things in other ways, right? And so it's like, oh, actually, this is a nice reference book to, like, remind an experienced artist all the different ways they can kind of play with shape language, right? That's actually really useful. Is it useful for a kid trying to learn to draw cartoons? Maybe not, you know, probably not, but it's not bad. It's not bad that it exists. It's just sometimes it's hard when you only have one source, right? This is why you need lots of sources, and you can then understand where it fits in sort of the learning landscape. But yeah, it's tricky. I think education, when you're doing like self-taught, whether it's, you know, books, YouTube videos, it's really hard because you just don't know what you don't know. And so it's kind of like you know, you get something and maybe it's not great for you and you don't know. And how do you know, right? Maybe that's all there is in your mind because you've never experienced anything else. And so it's kind of this, yeah, it's tricky. It's translated into your language. Oh, nice. That's good. I mean, that automatically is going to be helpful, right? Having a book that is you can understand and that's translated, that's good. Art Fuse, I've been consuming mostly those serious stuff, and recently I kind of went back to the classical Disney stuff, Mickey and the rest of the group, and I really enjoy it. Oh, that's good. I thought I hate going back to the child stuff, but no, I really appreciate the Disney. Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are, I mean, there's a simplicity there, right? But let's not knock simplicity as being like for kids. Like it's some of the most technically skilled and like clever design decisions have been made in the name of simplifying and making things clear. I mean, there's especially as I've rant alert, incoming rant. But as I've gotten, I want to say older, but really just more experienced with painting and drawing, I mean, I've realized or come to the conclusion for myself that for me, art is not about making reality like accurate. Accuracy is not the goal. Clarity is the goal. And if there's one thing Disney does well, it's clarity. When you see something, you know what it is. You know what you're looking at. It's clear. They've learned to take this messy world and simplify until it's, you know, extremely clear. That is not easy to do, right? That can be extremely difficult in some situations. And that's what I love about painting, is like making things clear. You know, trying to be a communicator. Not everybody has to be, right? Not all artists are communicating, or they don't want to anyway. But so I have like a newfound respect for that kind of, not newfound, but it's, you know, I have a deep respect for good communication in art. You know, but there's a place for other stuff, right? I mean, there's obviously artists of different skill levels, all that. But yeah, it's but yeah, that's my view on that. Rant over. A lot of books have the freehand elements that I don't do on my own work, but I guess I have to learn a new thing. Or you have a new thing to learn? Yeah. I think I've also, the more that I've done art, I've gotten to the point where really just learning if I see someone do something in a new way, I'm like, oh, that's an interesting way to communicate that. Maybe I wouldn't do it that way, right? Maybe I don't like the way they teach a thing, but it's nice just learning the stuff. Like I'm sort of like a collector of things, of knowledge, I guess, in some ways. Like I want to just learn new ways of teaching or explaining things. That's kind of why, when Sander Rose mentioned they got a new book, I'm like, oh, I'm curious how they teach it, because there's so many different ways that people teach art. And I know a few of them, right? I know a lot of the ones I see on YouTube. I have a few books that teach art, but I know that there's a lot of other ways out there that I'm just not familiar with. So it's sort of just like a curiosity of like how, like from an educator point of view, how do other educators educate? Because there's always like clever ways of doing things that maybe you hadn't thought of. That's kind of where my mind's at with that. When you say they have freehand elements, what do you mean by that? I don't actually know. Like, do you do a lot of like? Are you saying like not digital, or are you meaning more technical? Like, you use a lot of rulers and stuff, and whereas freehand is more like, scrap. Like this might be freehand. This would be tool assisted. Or do you just mean like traditional? Because I don't think it matters if a book is primarily, like, I think Scott Robertson's How to Draw book is all freehand. I don't even think he uses a straight edge. I think he actually advises to like learn to draw things without a ruler. And if it's a little squiggly at first, that's okay. I don't actually know if that's true. I can't remember, but yeah, it's that's the nice thing about art though, right? If you're just starting, whether it's traditional or digital, it doesn't matter. Like, it's the same skills. Now, obviously, AI not included, because that is not, you are not learning the skills by using AI. But you, yeah. So I'm not going to go on that rant, but I mean, I probably will later. But yeah, as long as you're, all the skills translate. It helps you make choices. I use rulers and ruler and compass for your... Gotcha, okay, gotcha, yeah. Oh, does he? Okay. I know I think he's made a point, though, like, relying on rulers, like he wants you to measure, but the actual line doesn't need to be drawn with a ruler. I think he emphasizes, like, maybe it's not him. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. But anyway, yeah, I mean, he very well could use a ruler for everything. I don't know. But the stuff applies whether you're using it or not. I know James Gurney's a good example of this. If you ever watch him, he'll be out in, like, the cold, doing watercolor, and in his painting, he'll have, like, a bright sky, and maybe he's painting, like, a landscape with, like, an old house or a barn or something, and he's... maybe there's like a street and a couple big trees or some power lines in the distance, back here. And so he'll have his, painting, and he'll go in and he's going to make like power lines, and he will have the most chicken scratchy squiggly line. Like his hands will be shaking because maybe he has like, he's getting older, but also like it's cold out and he's probably shivering. And and it's like it has this like a jitter to it, but it looks so good because everything has, you know, when he's doing the details for the roof, right? That jitter is there, and the jitter is there, and when he does his doors, right? Anytime he does like window frames, right? That jitter is gonna be there, and it's sort of it has a it looks so good, like because they're accurate. He's careful about his start point and his end point, and if he's making a line going from start point to end point, he's gonna make sure they end in the right spot. But it's not always a smooth line, right? And so I think that's one of those things that you learn there. That's in those books a lot when like you're learning how to draw type books. Is that a lot of time like this is actually something we learned uh, in you know in landscape architecture school, right? When I was doing my degree, is like you oftentimes you basically are marking where you're gonna go, where you're gonna, and then you draw the line there, right? So it's like draw, but you don't actually have to draw. You could just go like this, and you kind of make like this emphasis of like here's where I'm going, here's where I'm starting, and you sometimes it's like you'll put a big bold mark, you'll draw your line, and then you kind of like finish it off by making it very intentional, right? And it's sort of this, you know, dot like dot. You know, it's kind of this idea. You don't actually have to draw the line and go to where you're intending to be, but it's sort of this like this practice of freehand drawing to make very intentional lines, so that if there's a random line on the page, you know that, oh, that's a random line. This is the intentional line, right? It's sort of like now we know what's intended, what's not, because we've marked it kind of, and you don't have to do that obviously, but it's sort of a practice in good just line drawing, you know. You know where you're starting, you know where you're ending, and then you draw the line confidently. And yeah, I don't think you need a ruler for everything, you know. What's the rule for? Oh, you can drop links. If it's gonna be art, try to make sure it's your art, unless you are, unless it's not, and then you specifically say whose art it is, like in the comment, because typically, yeah. But no, you can drop links. I'm okay with links. Don't drop a link to some weird site with that's not like, that's gonna flag our virus protection or something. Like, don't, if you're dropping shady links, then don't. But yeah, you can drop links. Keep it safe for work. Even though I know art is very often not drawing safe for work stuff. I do want this stream to be for everybody. You could, imagine your grandma here, or, if you're a parent, your child, right? I want it to be a stream fit for all audiences. This is your latest piece? Ooh, great. Let's take a look. I'm always curious. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, this is very, very hard-edged and graphical. Oh, I like this. This looks really nice. Very cool. Very clean lines. I like that a lot. Yeah, super clean lines. There's something nice about good, crisp, clean, traditional lines, you know? Yeah, compasses, rulers, that kind of thing. I'm adding some really dull red in here. So not as like a, I mean, it is a compliment, but it's sort of a, it's not a compliment for contrast. It's a compliment for like color vibration, if that makes sense. Like I'm not trying to make the red feel like it's standing out. I'm just blending it kind of into, or blobbing it into the green. So it's like taking this green and dropping the saturation, maybe even crossing into red a little bit, but trying to keep the value the same. And then in here we can go a little brighter. Like a portal. Here's a portal to another world. or something. I don't know what I'm painting. I'm just making shapes. Fantasy landscapes, you know? That's the name of the stream. We'll draw some little characters. There. Little characters here. Just kind of drawing some shapes. That's fun. But yeah, I'm just having fun with these paintings. We're not doing anything. Actually got real comments on your art on Instagram. Oh, nice. That's cool. That's always nice. Yeah, Instagram is... I actually like the way... So, I have two things to say about Instagram. I think Instagram sucks for growth. I mean, I think all platforms do, honestly. I think they fluctuate. Sometimes they do well, sometimes they don't. It's kind of hit or miss. But, like... I think the way you just use Instagram is a really good way to do it, which is you go out to places like Twitch or somewhere, maybe even in real life, and you talk to people. And then you say, oh yeah, I do art. Here's what I'm working on. Would you like to see? And then you can share it to them, and then they can go there. Rather than just like putting it online and forgetting about it and hoping that the algorithm shares it. It's like you're doing the work to share your art. And you're driving traffic to your own Instagram, right? That's the way I think. I mean, that's what I do, kind of, right? Like, I don't know. I pretty much, like, if Instagram wants to send my stuff to people, that's great. But at the same time, it might not. Like, it might just be literally dust or just, like, you know, crickets chirping. I wasn't sure what the phrase was. Yeah, there just might not be any response, right? And so... it can be a little disheartening, I think, but I think keeping in mind that, like, the algorithm is stupid and it's, you know, algorithm gonna algorithm, I guess. And if it doesn't do anything, that's fine too. So it's sort of like a taking it into your own hands sort of approach. And I like that. I think that's the best way to use social media is you use it as a place to put your art and that's it. And then you can go and share it to people if you want, right? Or if they're interested, then you have a place to direct them. Rather than relying entirely on the algorithm to, like, you know, you just, I don't know, it's too much out of your control or too much out of my control for me to be happy with using it that way. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you being here. Hope you're doing well today. I also think that approach to social media or just posting online in general is sort of a safeguard against, like, all the struggles that come with you know, crickets. Crickets chirping in the quiet of the night where there's no activity. Also, what am I painting? I don't know. I'm just making shapes. I'm doing a lot of samey stuff today, a lot of these, like, fired stuff. I have a few keywords blocked in the comments and Instagram. Oh, I didn't even know you could do that. The page share channel. Gosh, those are annoying. Yeah, there's a lot of annoying bot stuff, for sure. I just try to ignore them. I don't know if... I have, like, a theory that... well, no, it's not even a theory. I'm pretty certain that Instagram just doesn't account for them. Like, they know that they're bots, and they just, you know, repetitive channels, they'll be flagged. They aren't actually going to do anything. But also, like, I have a suspicion that, like, maybe... it counts as a comment, like a legitimate comment. And maybe it's like, does something for the algorithm to be like, oh, people are interacting. So like, maybe they're not terrible. I don't know. I just leave them. I leave them. I don't respond. I ignore them. But I don't block them. I don't know. Like, it's hard enough to you know, it's hard enough to like grow on social media. I'm afraid of blocking comments even if they're bots because I'm like, maybe they're helping me. Maybe the robots are gonna give a tiny, tiny, tiny signal boost to my channel. I don't know. Like, I don't advocate doing that, right? Like, don't like, I would never intentionally like encourage that because they're annoying and they are misleading and they're demoralizing when you get one comment, you know, oh, I caught a comment, and then you look and it's a robot. It's like, oh my god, like, that's so stupid. But at the same time, like, maybe there's something there, like maybe it's gonna boost, I don't know. So I just let it be. Artview says, do you think social media was an inevitable invention? Lets you assume you had a time machine and you kill all the major founders time invented. Would someone else step in? I mean, like, I guess it depends on what you mean by social media. I mean, if we have the internet, we had message boards from day one. I mean, we had chat, you know, ICQ and AIM and all those things back in the day. There was chat rooms, which looked an awfully lot like Discord does today, to be honest. You know, minus all the security. So yeah, I think as long as you have the internet and you have the ability to send messages over the internet, yeah, I think you're gonna have communities of people pop up, and there's gonna be people, different systems emerge, whether it's upvoting or whether it's, I mean, the algorithm driven thing, I think a lot of that's driven by the models. So like, no, I mean, I don't think it's inevitable that you have like algorithm driven timelines. I think a lot of that is driven by the want and need to monetize. So like their monetary systems. Like, I think if all of these platforms were paid and you had to pay for them, I think in theory they could show you things linearly. They could show you, like, they wouldn't be trying to incentivize keeping you on the platform because you'd be paying anyway. And like, they could just focus on making a good product that makes the world a better place. And if people pay for it, that's great. But if they don't use it that often but still want to pay for it, that's also great, because keeping you there isn't the way they make money. So I think that aspect is not inevitable, because laws could have been passed around data and privacy, and right, there could have been work done in terms of how advertising works, or what kind of stuff is allowed in terms of like manipulating users. So I don't think that aspect, but I think it's inevitable that we have social media. Just how it looks is, I mean, again, every platform's a little different, right? Reddit's different from Twitch, which I consider those social medias to some degree, right? Like, Twitch is people trying to grow their channels. They're competing for views and follows to some degree. But it's different, right? It's certainly different from Reddit. It's certainly different from Facebook. It's certainly different from Twitter, right? They all have different mechanism. Now, a lot of them do have the same monetary structures, so they do incentivize algorithms pushing certain content, keeping you online, you know, even if you're not happy, right? Outrage, sort of marketing that, you know, marketing outrage to fuel up you being online more, because that makes them more money from both ads and data. And like, I don't think that aspect is required. But yeah, I mean, social media existed since the dawn of time. I don't think, or since the dawn of the internet. I don't think that was ever gonna not be there, in my opinion. I don't know. I don't. So yes, I do. I think it was gonna be a thing, so long as we have the internet. I really don't like posting. I always feel insecure and overthink things. Yeah, I found that for me, and you guys probably know where this is going, Druffzilla, I use a site called Buffer, which is like here, I can show you right now. I don't think there's sensitive information on it. Let me take a look just to make sure it doesn't have like my account. I don't think so. So yeah, okay, I'll show it on screen. So I use a site called Buffer, It's a social media scheduler. It's a free thing. I'm not sponsored. Basically, I can go in and I click on, you link your accounts, and I only have my Instagram linked, but you can go in and be like, okay, for Thursday, I want to, at 9:40, you can change this time, but I'm just going to use the default, right? You can change it down here. I'm going to make an Instagram post, here's some art I made recently. Here's my post. I can open up my file. Maybe this is the thing I want to share. I don't know if it'll be the right size. Maybe I need to edit it, right? Here's the thing I'm going to make. And you can, you format it just like you normally would. You can be like art, whatever your thing, digital art, no AI, human art, all your tags that you might use. And you can do slides, you can do multiple posts, and yeah, you can change the time. Maybe I want it, instead of this time, I want it to be a different time. Like, I think you can do it I think you can do it down to the minute, but I'm not sure how to do that. They changed their thing. But anyway, maybe at 10:15 a.m. it's going to post it, and schedule post. Right, so now I've made a post. Now, I'm going to delete this because this is not what I want to post. Right, you could also publish it now, but this is a nice way. For me, this doesn't feel like making an Instagram post, right? This is like, I can see it, I can see what it's gonna look like. It'll have the slides there. And to me, that's super nice because it takes away a lot of the anxiety around like, oh, I gotta post right now. You're not on the app. I'm not really thinking about the app. It almost feels like I'm like, I don't know what you call it, but like finishing an art piece, kind of like, cropping it, making it look nice, but I'm not really thinking about views and stuff. I don't know. It's kind of a separation. For me, it's helped a lot because then I can just, I can make a post out in the future and I don't have to worry about it. By the time that date comes, I may not even be aware that it made a post. Like, it just happens, and then there's no anxiety really because it's so casual. Maybe like every month or so you can go back and make a bunch of posts. And so, yeah, and you also don't have that, like, you make a post and you're like, oh my gosh, I typoed, right? Because you schedule them, and like, you only have to make posts when you feel like it. It's not like, oh, today's a Tuesday, I gotta make an Instagram post because I wanted to make them every Tuesday. You can just do it on a Thursday and do it for next Tuesday, right? Like, you don't have to be in the mood for it. I don't know, it just, to me, it really alleviates a lot of that stress that comes with posting. Even if I'm gonna make a post for today, right, and I want to make a post right now, just not having to go onto the Instagram app is so nice because it somehow it makes it stressful. I don't know. Instagram makes it stressful for me. So having a third-party middleman helps. I think there's also social media schedulers on Instagram, which I've never used them. But that was added after sites like Buffer existed, but I still use Buffer because it's easy to use and it's free, and, once you're set up, it's set up and you don't have to worry about it. Or at least I don't. Make some big shapes in the foreground. I oftentimes make like the same scale of stuff. Like a big rocks in the foreground. Maybe what we could do is, can I make one post that will publish to multiple? No, because well, kind of, but so every platform's a little different, right? But you can add all those platforms. Buffer is free, but I think you only can add 3 platforms. I think, and technically Instagram takes 2 because you also have to have your Facebook connected, even though you can just ignore Facebook. Like, I don't ever post to Facebook, but you technically, because they're connected, you have to make a Facebook account to have an Instagram account, I think, these days. I don't quite know how it works. But you can only have 3 sites connected. So you could have like Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter, Blue Sky, and insert third app that isn't Instagram, right? Like you could have 3 that are free, but every platform, because they have different formatting restrictions, I don't think they can just port them over, because there can be problems with like format or size or ratio or character limit, right? Like I might be able to type an essay, but I can't cross post it to Twitter because there might be a character limit, right? And so or like I can post a high resolution image to Twitter, but Facebook can't upload things higher than a certain at least this site can't upload things higher than a certain size, because it'll have to condense it. But also I think this site, because they don't want to have a ton of upload traffic. But I think that you can kind of cross post though. Like it's probably not ideal, but you can do it kind of. I don't know. It's easy enough to use. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big social media guru, you know. I don't know crap about it. I'm so casual. I am the opposite of a tryhard when it comes to social media. I don't want to use social media more than I absolutely... Well, that's not even true. I actually kind of enjoy it, but I enjoy it in a casual sense. I don't want to feel like I have to use it, you know? And so I don't. If I don't want to use it like hardcore and try really hard, then I don't have to. But there are... I will say I actually like learning about social media and, trying to... If there's like a trend or something, maybe I want to jump on board, then I will. I don't typically. But like sometimes that stuff's fun. But I think it's the feeling that you have to. And I'm pretty immune. I think I'm a bit immune to that because of the way that I use social media. I also kind of have like a negative view of social media, and so like I don't think it's as good as like as useful or as important to artists as artists think it is for them typically. And so I don't feel like I have to use it, right? I feel like plenty of, in fact, almost all of the super successful, not super, but like, especially in like concept art, right? A lot of the people who have jobs, stable full-time jobs as concept artists, most of those people, as far as I know, that the ones that I know, don't have social medias, right? They have portfolios, right? They have a portfolio, but they send it out to people. They don't just wait for people to find them. They've gotten jobs, and then they've basically stopped updating their portfolios too, because they have a job and they're just kind of there, right? Like you I don't know, like, and so it's all the people who are posting daily and making big waves on the internet. A lot of those people aren't full-time. And so I just don't think it's as important to be an artist in 2025 to have a big social media following as people make it out to be. There's obviously a brand of of artists, like independent artists who are making their own products, marketing them to their own audience, right? There are like Anthony Wheeler's a good example, right? Like I think because he's doing his own thing, he's as sort of entrepreneurial about art. He does need an audience because that's how he's selling stuff, right? But that's not everybody, and that's like a small piece of the art pie. And so I just don't view social media as like a necessity. And I think that view of mine has allowed me to not really care. Like I'll use it when I want to. If I don't want to, I won't. And I think it keeps me in a pretty healthy mental state around it, because I don't think it's as important as people make it out to be. I also, don't even know if it's a good thing for the world, but like I do enjoy using it sometimes, right? I just don't think it's important. In some ways, it's almost like a video game, I'll play it when I want to. I don't feel obligated to log into a game I haven't played in a month or two and play it. Like, if I don't want to play it, I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to feel bad about it. It's it's for entertainment. And sometimes it also brings in a commission or two, but like, it's not, I don't know. It's not as important. Yeah, it's just not important. So I don't, I have a mental state around social media that I think is pretty okay for myself. Not to brag or anything, but I'm pretty happy with my relationship to social media. The pressure comes. Yeah, I think we put a lot of pressure on ourselves with social media. I mean, it's not just from yourself, right? I mean, there are real factors that make you feel like it's a pressure. I actually rant about this affair a bit. Not about social media, but like workplace pressures, like cultures that make you feel a thing, even though it's never stated that you have to. And technically, if you break the norm, nothing will happen. But like, you know, where I work at like a grocery store, you know, part-time, there's sort of a culture where if you are sick and you call in, you are made to feel bad. Not explicitly. No one's going to say you should feel bad, right? But there's like maybe you know from experience that that your coworkers will be understaffed and overworked and they'll be grumpy because they're understaffed, right? You know that they're not going to have a good time when you call out. And so there's this pressure of like, I shouldn't call out, right? I shouldn't, even if I'm sick, I should come in. That's not real. I mean, it is, right? But it's not, right? You're not going to get fired for it. You might feel like people are angry at you, but as long as you're not breaking a law or breaking an agreement with them, they don't have any grounds to fire you. And like that, literally, you could take them to court for that, right? But you're still made to feel that way. And I think social media does the same thing. You have this like pressure from peers and community members of like, you've got to post every day, you've got to grow, you know, market your stuff, build an audience, be the artist you've always wanted to be, right? And it's like, no, you don't have to do that. Now, obviously, there are some people where it is their only income, and that is the path they've carved for them. That's the career they've gone into. And then, yeah, okay, maybe you need to use social media. But there's still... That's different, though, because, like, you still chose that, right? But that's not the only path of art, right? There's lots of paths of art that don't involve social media. And, like, it's... I don't know, there's sort of a culture around art and social media that makes you feel, yeah, it makes you, Emperor of Cheese says, you have to draw 18 hours a day minimum. Yeah, right? I mean, 40 days a week, 40 days a month. Obviously, that's not even a thing. What's the meme from Two Set Violin? 40 hours a day. Yeah, you have to draw 40 hours a day at a minimum and grind set all day, every day. Yeah, I mean, it's so stupid. And it's like, we kind of, most people don't actually state that, but it's like that you hear the more you draw, the better you are. And also you need to be the very best. Well, hold on. If you're going to get better, the more you draw, and you have to be the very best, doesn't that kind of imply that you just have to draw a crap ton to the point like unhealthy levels? Like, that's not, no, like that's not how it works. But like people believe that, and it sucks because that's not healthy. And I don't know. I think with social media there is a lot of these like weird cultural norms, and I call it a cultural norm. I think it is a culture. It's like the art culture, workplace culture, whatever you want to, social media culture. There's an etiquette, right? And you're made to feel like you need to follow it, and you don't. The police won't come and get you, right? You don't have to, you know, it's not a bad thing if you break that norm. And I think, you know, you should, I think, well, maybe not you should, but if you want, you're allowed to. Same thing with, and here's another cultural norm with art. Also, I saw the 5-minute sketch, Basil. I will do that in a moment. Another cultural norm with art, or etiquette, or whatever you want to call it, is, oh gosh, I had it, and then I lost it. It was in my brain. Oh, it's the thought that everybody needs to be professional. Like, you're allowed to do it as a hobby. Like, oh, I don't want to, like, you know, the amount of times people are like, how do I force myself to draw every day? Like, don't draw every day. Why do you need to draw every day? Like, do it if you want to. It's a hobby. Like, treat it as a hobby. Everybody should have art as a hobby first before ever they want to be like, you know, do you beat yourself up because you didn't want to play video games today? Like, no. play them if you want. Don't play them if you don't want to. Like, I don't know. And I get it. Maybe if you want to grow a skill, sometimes it's hard to like motivate yourself because you think it's a healthy skill to have, like jogging. You know, how do I force myself to jog every day? Like, fair enough. It's fine to want to do that. But there is sort of this mindset that you have to, like, you have to want to draw every day. Like, look, it's not gonna, it doesn't have to be your identity. Like, you do art because you want to when you want to, but you can also do other things. I don't know. Feels kind of, yeah, anyway, I'm rambling. Let's do a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. All right. 5-minute thumbnail sketch coming right up. That was a good rant. Good to get that off my chest. I like Murata's mindset on drawing, and I come to adapt it. I do it for fun. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you absolutely should do it for fun first. I always think of comparisons to like sports. You know, nobody is like, you know, I've never touched a basketball. I've never played basketball. But I want to be a professional basketball player. Like, who does that, right? No, you pick up a basketball, you play with your friends, you're like, this is really fun, and then you want to get better at shooting hoops, and you're like, you know what? I might have a real, and at some point, maybe in, you know, first you start at little kid basketball, and then you try it in high school or whatever, and maybe you keep putting in the work and effort, and you're like, you know, I'm getting pretty good. Maybe I have a real shot at making college, and then you push it, you make the push, you achieve the next level, and then pretty soon you're like, you know, I have a real shot of like, but joining the NBA. Like, you don't make that choice when you're a kid. You just do it for fun, and you can treat it seriously, right? You can try hard because trying hard is good, and it's, you know, it's a healthy thing to try and get good at stuff. You know, it's fine to take things seriously, but there's a difference between saying when you're a kid, I'm going to be in the NBA versus like, I just want to get better, or I just want to have fun. So yeah, I think everybody should do the thing first as a hobby. Yeah, I think I've mentioned Anthony Wheeler once today, but he's a good example of somebody who, if you ever join his stream, we might even rate him after the stream. He is somebody who I feel like embodies that sort of like childlike drawing. I actually shared him with a friend of mine, and the first thing she said was like, his art reminds me of a kid who was drawing for fun and just never stopped. And it's like, yeah, his art is like goofy, silly. He'll draw like, you know, characters farting and stuff, just literally childlike stuff. And there's nothing wrong with it. And he's really good. And he does it for a living. And it, like, I think that is such a, like, you can tell he puts drawing, well, maybe not. I mean, he's very business focused too, but he clearly puts drawing like for fun as a priority. And I think that is so healthy. And like, yeah, if fun means to you getting better and improving, like, do that. And maybe it will lead to something, but also maybe not, and then you'll still be okay because you had fun. Like, don't sacrifice other things. Oh, so let me open up stuff. Sorry, I'm just staring here and not doing anything on screen. Nothing's happening yet. I'm trying to open up my timer, but I've lost it. Countdown timer. There we go. All right, I'm gonna start the timer. Also, my eyes watering. Not crying, I swear. Okay, let's do a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. You know what? Let's paint some rocks. Maybe some bright yellows. I know, I'm kind of doing this painting again, but not really. Oops. What did I do there? I'm using a lot of lasso tool. It helps to go fast sometimes when I'm not fumbling around with my buttons. So let me bring chat back up. And great work, man. Good color knowledge, too. Oh, thanks. I appreciate Emperor of Cheese. Yeah, I'm having fun. But we're gonna go fast with the thumbnail. I obviously started with some atmosphere. I'm using a lot of this green. Hopefully it doesn't get too green. Maybe we can add some cools back there, some lighter stuff. Lots of atmospheric perspective. Some of this green still poking through. Let's see. Maybe it's something like this. I'm trying to add some dark shapes in here that are like shadows. You know? But mostly light shapes. Sort of a... I don't know if you'd call it a high key... Also, I can't see my own timer. Sort of a high key painting. But not really. What do I want the main shapes to be, though? That's the key here. I feel like this needs to be... maybe something like that. I like that. Some big rock structure overhanging. Maybe, okay, let's block. Okay, it's not going to be high key. I've changed my mind. It's going to be very dark. But some deep reds. Very, very rough. And then I'm going to come in here. I'm going to start playing with some of these brighter grays. Like a blue, maybe even go into the blues. And then some darker reds. Something like that. So these are the red rocks. And then we get the blues in here. Some teals. Now, obviously, with 45 seconds left, we can't do much, but we can still get some lines in here. Some big, chunky blocks that outline forms a little bit. Something like that. There, we got some characters in here. Maybe there's another arch way over here. Now the time's up. That's okay. We'll just paint a few more minutes. Or a few more seconds. Some color shapes back here. But yeah, a little sketch, a scene. I don't know if I like the framing of this. It's a little bit, I don't know, something. Yeah, but anyway, there's a scene. That's a quick 5-minute thumbnail. Very naturey, very similar to this one that we worked on. These rock shapes kind of inspired me in that way. But yeah. That's been a thing that I've been doing a lot with rocks. If I paint like a rock here, I'll start with actually the light color. I kind of do it opposite of how I paint everything else. And then I'll actually take the dark color and kind of outline that shape. And I'll treat it as like an occlusion or ambient occlusion or an occlusion shadow or whatever you want to call it. And so I'm basically just making little bright things in the environment and I'm treating that as like the bright spot on the rock. Whether it's, and that way I can play around with shadow shape more by carving out where I want those shadows to be. I don't know. I enjoy that process. But yeah, these two are very similar. Just different colors, right? This one is green. Maybe it has a bit of warmth in it. Maybe some yellow back in the distance. Maybe there's a little bit of bright white yellow like on these rocks. Maybe? Maybe not. I don't know. I don't think that's good. Nope. 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 Undo. 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 There we go. Thank goodness for digital. But yeah, I appreciate the compliment, Emperor of Cheese. And I also hope you're doing well today. Let's continue with this. We're going to add some light. I mentioned this last stream, but I have like a personal goal. Whenever I paint things like a tree or a rock, I want to include some of it is in light and some of it's in shadow, right? Right now, all of these rocks are in shadow. And that's why I was really tempted to, like, how do I add light to this rock, right? I want some of these rocks to be in light, right? Maybe they're the rocks back here, right? Maybe there's some light. But I don't want to add... It's very easy when you're painting environments to sort of figure out, like, oh, I can paint these big dark silhouettes and they're trees. And then only have all of your trees and then you make all of your trees these silhouettes, right? Like that's one way to do it, but then it gets very samey, and so it's hard to like remind yourself like, oh, actually come in here with the light. Do you have a playlist playing at the moment? Really? I do. Yeah. So this is a thing I've been using this for a long time. It's just it's a nice 4-hour playlist. It's that. Yes, it's Adventure Zone beats. But yeah, that's the link. It's not a playlist. It's just one long thing, and it's nice. I like it for stream. I need some other playlists that work also because this one is the only one that I really have. I have another one on Spotify, but that's different. But yeah, the music's good. I really enjoy this kind of thing. Just chill music without lyrics. Yeah, no worries. Maybe some darker, redder colors under here in the shade. Right now that the shadows are very green, but there's no reason they need to be green. I'm gonna actually add some of that purple. There. That's not too bad. It might look a little funky. Maybe this is also on the rocks. Maybe this whole thing is rock. Right? All the way down. Rocks all the way down. And then we can add little bits of bumps and cracks, and it's like a riverbed maybe. A little bit of a dry riverbed. And it's very blobby, right? Like, if you squint, you can maybe make out what the stuff is, sort of. But if you look at it in detail, there isn't much detail, because I'm really just trying to get the impression of stuff. And maybe some of this, like, here could actually go more this way. I'm not sure if I like that. I think I do, but I think what I need to do a little bit is add some more depth in here. Also, maybe some shapes up here that are just interesting. Like, I don't know what this thing is. Maybe it's a big tree. And if it's a tree, there should be some branches. You know? Something like that. And if it is a tree, maybe there's some red in here in the trunk. And by red, I mean not actually red, just desaturated yellow. But it looks red. And now, what if I take a glow dodge and just very lightly put like an orange in here? Basically where I already have the bright stuff. I'm just pumping it up a little bit to separate it and make it a little bit yellower. Right, I'm not gonna go like that in the foreground. That's gonna look ridiculous. But I could add some on the rocks if I wanted and see how that looks. Maybe some little dappled light. If I'd be careful. No, I don't need light right there. But it's also, I can treat it a little bit as bounce light, which is kind of what that purple is. I don't know if this is gonna read as the scene that I want it to right now, but hold on. Just tuned in, looks good. Thanks, Monster Cord, I appreciate it. Yeah, I think this could go a little further back. We could add like a little layer of fog back here. Kind of pushing some of these into the distance a little bit. Just a bit. Maybe an airbrush. And then these could go back. Maybe there's another tree here. Something like that. I don't know. That kind of... Is that good? Yeah, that's okay. Maybe these are tree... Maybe there's a tree back here, too. That could be nice. Yeah, something like that. Although I want to make this tree nice and squiggly. Lighten it up. There. That's not terrible. I mean, this isn't a great thumbnail, although I spent way longer on this one than the other. So it might end up winning the vote. But maybe not. And we can also change it, right? We can go in here and add things and change the shapes of stuff. You know, if we wanted these rocks to be a different shape, like if we wanted them to be more, you know, built what do you call it? Like man-made structures or rocks or boulders, where like maybe they were moved here for a reason, like, you know, aligning the path. We could do that. So we have wiggle room, right? This thing's very, very messy still, and we can do whatever we want with it. But it's a good blocking, I think. It adds anticipation. Anticipation of what? What are we anticipating? Maybe, yeah. I kind of know what you mean, I think. I don't know if that's the word I would have used, but I think I know what you mean. It's always interesting how other people see stuff, right? That's a fun topic in art. Sort of the difference between what sort of the artist intends and how the viewer interprets it, and like that communication difference. And like in theory, if I wanted to communicate an idea, that's also the idea that you would get from it because it's communication. But maybe I'm, you know, but there's oftentimes a disconnect, and I think it's interesting. If you continue down the path, oh, like what is it? Yeah. Yeah. I could have probably done a better job with making this thing look like a path too, but there's some perspective oddities. But I think this works. Maybe not perfect. I mean, it never is perfect. Although, you know what's funny? There's kind of a line here. Okay, now I want to work on this one. There's kind of a line here where if I move this... Oop. If I move this rock up, and then add like a layer of dirt on this, we could kind of have the path go along this edge. So almost like here, right? And then this could be like a drop off a little bit. So I'm going to add some more rocks here, but then less rocks here. So this is going to be like the dirt, some drop off, some rock, some more dirt. Kind of giving and maybe there's a big old rock here. Something like that. And then maybe we can go a little bit bluer with the light. And then here we can go more granular with or not granular, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but we can go a little bit more, make a path in here a little bit more horizontal back here. And back here we can go a little bit taller. I'm really trying to flatten out we go. That's good. So now we have these other rocks sticking up, right? And some of these sticking up. Actually, hold on. This edge should be darker here. I think. I kind of am having an idea here. Sort of lining this path. And I like that. I think this is a fun way to do it, where it creates a... There's a bit of a story, you know? Okay, anyway, we should probably pick one of these. Let's vote. Let's vote on a thumbnail to work on. We may not even work on the one I was just working on. Not sure how to describe it than intense, but that's the... They're a little bit more dynamic, right? I think there's more stuff going on. There's more shapes. There's a higher concentration of visual noise. I think that's what's happening. There's a lot of stuff happening here, right? It's a big messy mess that we got to make sense of if we're going to work on it again, right? Same here. Lots of rocks with these little squiggly lines everywhere. One is weird because I don't know what's going on there. I have no idea what this is. Maybe it was going to be like a tree or a forest. Number 2 definitely also has a lot of shapes, but that's like floating islands. Although it's a little generic and I'm not quite sure where I'm going with it. But number 3, number 3. It's like a nice sunset field kind of thing. Okay, hold on. Laura G, how's it going? Okay, we aren't voting quite yet. Let me turn on. Let me add a straw poll. Let me make a straw poll properly. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here. Hope today's nice. It's a nice Monday, I think. I mean, it is Monday. I think it's Monday. Wait, it's Monday, right? Yeah, it's Monday. It's Monday. Things are going good. Hopefully. Doing some art. It's going. Well, that's good. Better than not going. Okay, there's the straw poll. If you are on YouTube and I do stream on YouTube for the VODs, but I don't think there's anyone there right now. But if you are there and you would like to participate in the vote, you're more than welcome to. There, I put the link there. Let's go like that. There we go. Yeah, that'll work. I'll stick them down there. I think you can see them all, right? Yeah. I'm going to put the timer on, or not put the timer on. I'm going to pin this to the chat for about 5 minutes. Nah, let's do 4 minutes. We don't need much time for voting. If it's a tie, I'll break the tie. All right, currently 3 and 5 are in the lead. 7 people have voted. Thank you for voting. I appreciate y'all. When I gulp, I can see the mic activate. I don't know if you guys can hear me gulp or not. It's pretty quiet. I appreciate the hydrate command. Also, am I a little loud? I might be a little loud. I don't know. Maybe. You guys can let me know. Hi, Faye Helmet. Howdy, howdy. Just in time for voting. We are picking a thumbnail that I will work on until the end of stream. Big question. Big question. You got a big question? Fire away. I can't guarantee I can answer it, though. If it's relating to something about me or something I'm doing, then I can probably answer it. But if it's you know, the big mysteries of the universe, I'm not gonna be any help. Do you have a TikTok account in any capacity? I do not. Well, I shouldn't say that. I should say I have one only insofar as it's reserved my username, even if that's not true. No, I do not. I do not have a TikTok account. Someone right now is like, oh, I can feel his like. Actually, I think I might have made a TikTok account. Actually, I might have my username reserved, but I've never used TikTok. I don't even have the app on my phone. I might have actually made a TikTok at one point with the intent of reserving my username. But no, I've never used it. Never had any desire to use it. You know, with super short... Like, the one thing I don't like about Instagram is the Reels. I don't really make Reels. I don't enjoy making Reels. And I certainly wouldn't enjoy doing TikToks because it's just Reels. I'll send a Google Doc instead. For what? What are you sending? Hi, Sarah. How's it going? OMG, I could also rant about Instagram, but I won't. I ranted a little bit about it today. The rant basically went as follows. It was, I don't think very highly of social media in general. I don't think it's as important for most artists as most artists think it is important for them. And I treat it extremely casually. And I don't have expectations that it's going to boost my stuff, right? So if I post, it's simply there so that I can link other people to it. Someone came in earlier and linked some art of theirs. And that's what triggered the rant, because I'm like, thank you for linking your art. And also, this is the best way to use Instagram, is like a super pseudo casual portfolio where like you just put stuff up there, and if people see it, they see it. But also, you can always send them there if you want, right? And because it's a site that anyone has, because it's a site that pretty much everybody has an Instagram, they can follow you if they want. But like, I'm never gonna be upset when nobody sees my work that I post, because I don't have any expectation that Instagram has my best interest in mind. Like, I don't think highly of them. I think it's gonna be crickets most of the time, and that's okay. That was my rant. That's basically the summary, bullet point format of my rant about social media, which is like, don't rely on it to do the work for you to get it out there. You can still go out and promote it. You can still go out and you know, talk to people and be like, oh, I'm an artist and I do a lot of stuff. Would you be interested in seeing my work? You know, maybe it's, you know, don't be forceful, don't be self-promo-y in a weird way, but like, you know, if you're actually engaging with someone and they're curious about what you do, now you have a place to link them. And you know what? They probably have an Instagram they can follow you on. Been going crazy with story. Yeah, that's so hard though. You have to, Instagram's one of those things where like, if you're one of the fortunate people who enjoy it enough to spend time and have made a big account, then great, you've dug the well before you get thirsty sort of deal. If you want to promote stuff, you can, but like, the time when you need to promote is not the time to be like, oh crap, social media is not helping me. Like, nope, it's not going to. Yeah, but I mean, Kara is interesting. Kara to me is similar to ArtStation, or at least that's how in my head Kara is the same as ArtStation, in that it's sort of a portfolio. People aren't really following you there unless they're already like semi-pro or professional or aspiring professional artists. Like, Kara isn't as casual as Instagram, right? Your mom probably doesn't have a Kara. I don't know who your mom is, but my mom doesn't have a Kara. You know, nobody in my family even knows what Kara is, probably, because they're not artists. But everybody knows what an Instagram is. Hello? Hi, Faye Helmet. The Google Doc is the lore of your game. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. You said you can send... I'll send you the... What do you mean by send? I don't... Where? I don't really look at places where people send me stuff. Also, I should probably be on Discord right now. But yeah, I don't think you need to send me anything. You can... Oh, did you link it in chat? Oh, I didn't see it. I was gonna say, I do have a Discord, and you can post it there publicly if you'd like. Let me see. What was I looking at? Oh yes, the results are in, and it is a dead even tie between 3 and 5. Okay, we need a tie break. I'm gonna make a tie break straw poll real quick. /vote or /poll 3 or 5. 3, 5. Oh, you can break. Oh, uh-oh. Too late. Too late, Sarah. Oh, this one's hard to see. Oh. Five is just crushing it. Okay, it's not even a... All right, well, it looks like we're going with 5. So that one of you voted for 3, and you were actually the first vote in, which I thought that sometimes the first vote is like, it sways the opinion. Because it polls kind of, you know what I mean? Sometimes the first vote is like gives validation to a thing where like if you were on the fence, you're like, oh, okay, other people like 3, I'm gonna go over there. But then poor number 3, Sarah, one person has voted for 3, and everybody else, seven people have voted for 5. Rest in peace. Crying in the club. Yeah, that's funny. Oh no, Sarah. If I had voted in the first poll, 3 would have won. Oh no, pumpkin pie. That's what you get for missing out. The one person was me. I know it. I'm so sorry. Not really. You know what? There was an artist interview with that one dude we mentioned. I think Rick Rubin. I mentioned it last stream. But one of the things he said that I thought was kind of interesting, and I think there's a lot of truth to it, is like the really good artists, you know, musicians is what he works with, but also visual artists are people who are like good at kind of following the thing they want to follow, right? And if even if everybody is, you know, voicing an opinion, they'll say like, you know what, I still want to make this other thing, right? Like, I think there might be pressure not to do it, there might be pressure to do it, but like they're willing to go against the crowd just a little, you know, like they're not doing it always, right? Sometimes their voice or their opinion is what the crowd wants, but like not always. And if it's not, they're willing to like look inside kind of and like understand what they want to make and make the thing they want to make. I think that is a good thing. Like that is, I actually agree that like learning to be an artist is like learning to make your work, not the work someone else wants you to make, but the work you want to make. And if you have an interest and you do a thing, then you do it. Not because popularity, not because social media numbers, right? Not because the thing. You learn to kind of resist. This is why we get bullied, because we refuse to acquiesce to the crowd. A little bit. I mean, look, there's nothing... Sometimes the crowd, you genuinely find your people, you know? And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But also, there are going to still be times where you have a taste that is different, and like learning to follow your taste. I don't know. I think that's a super important thing. I'm not great at it. I don't think I'm perfect at it, certainly. You know, most of my life probably has been acquiescing to the crowd, if that's even how you use that word. My vocab's not very good. But let me save this real quick. But as I've gotten older, I've definitely learned to sort of go my own route. And, you know, I see it on Twitch where, like, I paint the things that I want to paint, which is mostly environments. I'm one of, you know, a handful of people doing environments on Twitch. I think that makes me special. I like it. But also, you know, that's there is pressure. You know, I've heard lots of people talk, especially in regards to social media, like, oh, if you really want to get popular, do this. It's like, I don't agree with that. I think if you want to stand out, you do something different, not the same. Now, obviously, you can do what's popular if you want to be, like, the best at it, because then there's an audience, but otherwise, sometimes just doing your own thing is good. There's benefits to both, is what I'm saying. Do characters. Yeah, see, I don't agree with that. I mean, I obviously do characters if you want to do characters, right? And yes, you will have a bigger sort of, maybe more people want to see characters, but also you have a heck of a lot more competition. So, like, maybe it balances. In a perfect world, it would balance out and it doesn't matter. I tend to think that if everybody purely did what they want, you would have more people doing characters, because more people probably like people, right? People like people. But also, it would balance out to where, like, the people who... Like, I don't think artists are unique, right? I think if you take a big not really. I mean, I think if you take all of the population of all of humanity, right? And say, here are all the artists. I think the percentage of artists who like, say, the environments versus the people who like, you know, characters versus people who like each different genre, right? I think that percentage breakup is going to be the same as the population as a whole, right? So, like, I think it's kind of, you're kind of going to have the audience, unless you're, like, dominating and you're so far above and beyond your sort of, like, you know, if you are the very best, like, sure, you have a bigger piece of the pie, which means, you know, you're like Taylor Swift and you get all the fans because a lot of people like music and she has popular music that a lot of people like. And so when you're dominating your field, like, you do have a big piece of the pie. But I think for most people, it doesn't matter what you paint or what you do art of, because the proportion of people, there's going to be people just like you. And so even if you're not in a big pond, you're also not competing against as many fish, and so it kind of rises and falls. Like, it's the same. It's all balances out. That's my hot take. I don't know if there's anything to back it up other than, like, statistics and the supposition that I don't think artists are particularly unique in sort of what they like. I think they're just people who make the things they like. And I think they're just people like everyone else, and those people also like those things, generally. That's my take. I don't know if it's right, but it certainly seems to be true on Twitch. Let's put it that way. And it's certainly true. It seems like it's also true on social media. Like, simply making character art is not a golden ticket to success, even though there's a heck of a lot more character artists who are popular than non. But there's just more of them, right? Well, no, I'm not gonna, never mind. I'm gonna hold my tongue. I was gonna go on a rant about chess, but it was gonna be a hot topic, so I'm not gonna do it. Okay. Because I think this phenomenon happens all over, right? Where, like, people like to point out, they like to find patterns in things, like, you know, oh, if you do this, or you look like this, or you do this thing, like, you basically have a leg up, right? You have a privileged position because you did a thing, or you are someone who is popular. But it might not be that case, right? Like, sometimes it's a case of there's just more of those people doing a thing, right? Like, it could be a cultural difference. It's not like I don't know. It just happens a lot, right? So yeah. Anyway, okay. Art time. Sorry, I'm muttering, rambling. I like this painting. This painting's gonna be fun. I mean, it's already looking okay, in my opinion. I also think most artists like both. Some of those, yeah. I mean, we have our preferences, right? And so when push comes to shove, we have to choose one, right? Yeah, of course. Or even if you like them the same, they're two pretty different skill sets that each take a long time to learn. Yeah, and that's typically why I think artists pick a side, kind of. But I think obviously as a consumer, you can consume both, and most people will probably consume, character art more because it just is more popular, both in creating and in consuming. But then again, I think there's something to be said about artists also being a little bit of a tastemaker, sort of. Like, I think a big part of it is most artists just reflect what people already like most of the time. That's kind of, they reflect their culture, they reflect their community, they reflect people's interests, right? But sometimes they can shape a thing. And I think there is an influence there, but I think mostly it's the other way, right? I think if people have concerns about something and then make art about it, they're not like, they're addressing the concerns, they're not like inventing them, if that makes sense. So I think because I've heard there's sometimes discussions in certain online communities or even offline communities around, like, the proportion of female characters to male characters, and like, why don't people just draw more male characters? It's like, well, I don't know, why don't you draw more male characters? I think people draw what they like, and I think people consume what they like, and I think it's pretty clear that most people like to both create and consume characters that are women. I think it's just a lot of people like that. But that doesn't mean there isn't an audience for male characters, right? Like, that would be absurd. Of course there is. But, like, go make the art you want to make, right? If every artist makes the art they want to make, it's not... There's not some secret agenda to, like, push some stereotypes. No, it's a reflection of the stuff that already exists, right? You like to consume all... Yeah. I think it's a reflection of... So, I mean, I think there's a case to be made of, like, oh, well, maybe it's a societal issue, right? There's a problem with society if we're this skewed towards, focusing on certain people and not another. Fair. That's a totally valid criticism, right? But that's not an art issue, right? That's like a society issue. And yes, I think art will reflect society. And sometimes people come from messed up societies or very one-sided, lopsided societies. So this is a big topic. This is a very philosophical thing, but that's typically my take. And because of that, it's hard to sort of get upset with art too much. You definitely draw mostly male characters. Not that I've drawn many characters, period, lately. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you should draw the things you want to draw, right? You don't have to balance it out, I think, with character art. There's a website for characters plus art where an overwhelmingly majority of the characters are male, and there was a rather intense drama-centric YouTube video that covered it, and that website got mad. That's funny. Can I share your lore doc? Sure. Yeah, you can drop a link. Yep. You can drop a link to your lore doc. What is it? Okay. I'm not going to read it all right now. The fungal... I'm reading the titles. The emerging of the war breeders. The fungal legions prosper. Fungal legion sounds like a fun thing. That's cool. So it's writing. That's neat. And I guess it is November. November was like the national writing month. It's for your insect game. Gotcha. I don't think the NaNoWriMo thing is a thing anymore, but it used to be. But I think a lot of people still use November as like a writing month, right? Okay, let's play around with some of these shapes a bit more. Conversely, there are toxic dude out there who cry whenever there's female protagonists, because that's not about collecting. Wait, because that's not about collecting them. I don't know what that means, but yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, yeah, there's gonna be idiots out there who complain about random stuff. Like, boo, this game isn't specifically catered to me being a white man. Like, okay. Not every game has to be specifically designed for me to be this front and center. Like, you can have different viewpoints. I don't know. Yeah, sucks to suck, I guess. Whiner's gonna whine. I don't know. And yeah, make the art you want to make the game you want to make, and if people don't like it and they want to complain, then let them complain. Maybe there's a valid criticism there that you can reflect on, but maybe not. I don't know. It feels it's a tricky topic, right? Making the art you want to make and also pleasing fans who want something in art. And this is why, like, again, we are in a good spot where, like, if you want something in the world, go make it. That's the nice thing about, you know, I'm not going to say about living in a world, in a, you know, having freedoms of writing, but there's a bit of truth to it, right? Like, you can be the change. You can be the change you want in the world. It's the first time writing lore like this. Yeah, writing's neat. I'd like to do more writing, like world building type writing, sort of inspiring myself in various ways. That's neat. In gacha games, for example, a much higher proportion of characters tend to be female, but in solo protag games, a majority of games still have male protagonists. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that, but yeah, that's probably true. I think also genres probably are a big divider. Every time a game with a female protagonist gets announced, yeah, pretty much Valkyrie. Also, hi Valkyrie, and hi Fish and Dead Boy, and Ron, welcome Raiders. How's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, I think also certain genres probably have historically been, like, marketed towards guys, like shooters and stuff, which there's nothing inherently more, in my opinion, there's nothing inherently masculine or male about a gun, but shooters have, I mean, I guess war and there's a history there, but it doesn't matter, like, that it's a stupid thing that it exists, but it kind of makes sense why people would choose to do that. Like, again, if you go under the assumption that art is following the culture that made it, right? Which is what I believe. I think art follows the culture. It doesn't create it. I mean, it can, but 99% of the time, right, art is following the culture. So if you have a culture where only men are in the military because of whether laws or whatever, then that's going to be the type of thing that's shown in games, right? And is it excluding people? Absolutely. And that's not good. But I think that's a yeah, I mean, I think art can also encourage change though, right? But yeah, Peachy Keen and Comfy Cool just finished 7 creatures for your Lily Lily Marsh biome. Oh, Lily Marsh biome. That sounds really nice. Nekohimi, how's it going? Hello. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, would you like to share what you were working on? Okay, you gotta focus on work because we have some stuff to do. EOD, end of day. You'll be lurking. All right. Happy lurking. Yeah, I will say, just on the whole art making topic though, I am so grateful that like I enjoy art because I think it would suck if like you really wanted to see something and you don't you know, like if you're a writer or if you're not a writer, but let's say you could be, and you want a story written, but like you can write it, and there's sort of a power there, right? Or like, oh, I want to see environments of a certain type, or you know, oh, all I see is character art. I sure wish there was environment art. Go make it, like you know. And I think that's really cool. I think that's neat to be in a position where you can contribute to the world in ways that you want to see. But also, like, I'm pretty sure you know, probably, I am who I am mostly probably because the way I grew up. So I'm very much still responding to my environment. But I do think it's nice to be able to, you know, do the thing you want also. Yeah, we have a Discord. Feel free to stop by, share art, do stuff. Also, we got some art tags from Ron. All right, Ron is awesome. If you guys don't know Ron's art, I'm gonna just give a quick. Oh, let me shout out Ron. / shout out. That's not how you spell shout out. Ronald P. Maxwell. So if you guys don't know Ron does. Oh, he has a world building project. I think that's fair to say. A world building project where he has biomes, creatures, tribes, civilizations, cultures, right? All this whole thing. And he basically will pick a biome, pick a culture, pick a group of people. Maybe here's the leader of them. Here's the, you know, however, whatever world building thing he wants. He has a whole map. Also, there's like a game that they play where it progresses and they build the world. A lot of world building stuff happening over on Ron's stream. But yeah, he'll paint the characters. He'll paint creatures. Here's a mega mouth bass. I love it. 25 foot tall. That is a big boy. Biome lily marshes. Apex predator. That is super cool. But yeah, it's just very neat that there's, you know, constant designs and it's creativity and world building and it's all cohesive and it kind of links together. It's just really neat. Four years, still going all this time every Monday. That's awesome. And you have such a huge catalog of work to show for it because I mean, like, I have a lot of work, right? If I show you my folders, there's just folders and folders and folders and thumbnails on thumbnails, but they're not connected, right? Ron's is all connected. It's all the same thing, and it's awesome. It's awesome to be like, oh, here's this stuff we've built up. And so if you wanted to, like, write a story that took place in this world, you have so much work done. It's awesome. It is so inspiring to see someone work on something that's kind of builds on itself for so long. I just find it extremely inspiring. And also your work is great. Super cool stuff. Thank you so much for the raid and bringing your community over. So yeah, you guys should go follow Ron. Or certainly check out his stream and follow him if you like him. Which you probably will. We don't want no pity follows. Not pity, that's not the right word. We don't want no obligatory follows. Follow because you want to. That's how it works here. Same thing when you raid someone else, right? If you come in from Ron's stream, don't follow me unless you don't want to actually follow. Don't feel like you have to. It always been meant for anything to, and everyone, and everything to come from it be art, music, food, you name it. Yeah, that's super cool. All right, so yeah, we're drawing an environment. It's kind of a up close and personal environment, sort of, you know, smaller scale, not this massive vista. You know, we don't have mountainscapes. It's almost like a park. But maybe we'll add some runes in here. You know, we could add... I'm just going to make runes. Something like that. You know, just shapes. Little runes. Thingies on the stones. But I shouldn't be doing the details yet. I should probably figure out what the stones are, or not what they are, but sort of where they are in space. But yeah, this is kind of a rock painting stream right now. Not every stream is, obviously, but today is a rock painting day. Rocks are one of those subjects where I think some people don't like them because they can feel boring or repetitive. But I love it. It's sort of this compositional thing that you can do. You know, you're adding all these little shapes in a pile of chaos. Some people, it reminds me a lot of the messy bedroom exercise. Would you say this stream rocks? Oh, it does, totally. Well, I don't know. That's up for you to decide. I'd like to think this stream rocks, but you know, who am I? I'm a little bit biased here. I am biased. But yeah. Rocks are neat. They remind me of the messy bedroom exercise that people do, where like you want to, you know, paint a cluttered room, paint a cluttered table, lots of objects overlapping, feeling like they've fallen down and they're organic. It's not, right? You don't want it too stiff. And rocks are very similar because you're basically just trying to add a whole bunch of them. Different sizes, different shapes. They need to look like they belong together, but they also don't... You don't want them to look like they've been hand-placed by a human. And so there's this balancing act you have to do a little bit. You know, you want to make things cluttered. You want to make things... Right? Like, these 3 in a row are too... I think are too similar in size. Nekohimi says, I really want to experiment more with painting. I've only done one. The rest is drawing with lines and cell shading, so I'll definitely be watching more. I mean, you can start with lines for painting, and then you can paint sort of over it. I know what a lot of people do. A lot of people... Oh, this is what we did last stream, by the way. It's very saturated, but that's okay. We cranked up the saturation after stream. One way you can do it, so this is something a lot of people will do, is they'll have, you know, they'll have their line work, right, on a separate layer, and then they'll make a new layer, and they'll do like an overlay, or they'll set it to, they'll set it below their line art, and then they'll set their line art to like maybe a multiply. But they'll paint their thing. So they'll say, okay, let's start painting this. You know, this is gonna be a character, so I'm gonna make it a face. And then they say, okay, let's paint inside the lines. And then they're like, okay, let's add in some eyes, and make the eyes a little bit white. So we're gonna make some white pupils, red lips. And then at some point, maybe they even add some shading in here, and they'll say, okay, let's add some light coming from this side, you know, and some shadow coming from this side. You know, they're gonna paint this face in a way. Maybe more of a shadow over here. Right, so you make this. Maybe you give a shadow over here. Maybe I didn't actually draw this part in, and I should have. But then you can turn off your line layer. And you might say, okay, well, this looks terrible. This looks like a potato, right? This didn't look like a potato. Well, it kind of does. But this isn't right. And so one of the things you can start doing is you can turn off your layer and then you can say, okay, what if I go back in and add a little bit of darkness back where this was, right? Can I add that line back, or add, you know, add some darkness here, you know? Maybe this side needs to be a little darker yet. And so sometimes, at some point, you can, you know, maybe you turn the opacity down, right, on your line layer. And that's like an intermediate step. So you're still painting, but you're slowly turning down the opacity to the point where the lines almost go away. And at some point you'll have your painting and you'll be like, you know what, this is good. This is a good spot to stop. This is why I just paint on top of the sketch if I'm doing props. I avoid that blob phase. Oh, this blob phase? Yeah. That's what a lot of people do. Is they just keep their sketch there and they paint on top. And that way you can use your sketch as like, you know, if you like the line there, you can keep it there. Exactly, right? So you might want this part because it's bright. You know, it'll go away. But maybe the shadow on this side, it'll stay, right? Because it's dark. And so you can keep the line there. So you can just paint. The problem with painting on top of your lines, though, Sarah, I think, for a lot of beginners, is that if you have a lot of details, what does that mean? Like, how do you paint on top of your lines? Like, that still introduces a blob stage for a lot of people, right? And so it can be tricky, I think. You know, getting your basics down is certainly helpful because then you have the skills to like progress it. If your lines are doing all the lifting and you can't do and you don't know how to do details with painting, then obviously that's going to be a struggle. You just don't draw enough details, to be honest. Same. Details and environments? What is this? Who does that? No, there's a few people. I like to lock transparency of the color sketch. Yeah, that works too. That's a great way to do it if you ever want to do line work that is colored. I know some people do this. So if they do, like, let's say you have line work here. Oh. Here's our cat, right? Here's our amazing line work. Very high skill. We put a lot of time and effort into it. We can lock transparency. But what you can also do is once you've, you know, let's say you've painted on it or under it, you know, and let's say you have your orange cat that we're making. Obviously, I'm not trying to make a nice painting here. But one thing you can do is you can go back to your line art and you can actually color it a different color, right? Maybe it's red. Right, and that kind of treats it as part of the painting. And maybe you want a gradient from you know, light up here. Wait, what just happened? I don't know why this is not. I don't know why that part of my painting is bright. Hold on. Maybe you want like a light line art up here and then dark line art down here, you know? That might look kind of creepy, but like then you can start coloring your line art in different ways, and you can play around with different stuff to see what looks good. You know, you can have all sorts of, you know, colored line art can be really nice. Garfield, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to work digitally, and that's why I think just learning your tools, playing around and experimenting is so important, because some ways are just not going to be fun for you. You know, you're going to try it and it's just going to feel like a chore. Don't work that way. Don't work away if it's not fun or if you don't enjoy it to some degree. Now, that said, sometimes don't discount something completely either because you tried it once and didn't like it. Sometimes you do learn to love something even after not liking it at first. You know, that happens a lot. I mean, that's kind of my story with art, to be honest. Like, I liked it as a kid, but then I kind of fell out of like with it, or out of love with it, or out of like, is that a term? I don't know. But I kind of stopped doing art, and it wasn't until way later that I kind of tried again. I'm like, you know, let's do this art thing again. Let's try to learn it. And I tried, and it was kind of a chore, but I kind of stuck it out until I got better at it, and then I kind of really started liking it again. So, you know, for me, a big part of liking art, it came slowly. Part of it had to deal with, like, it became more fun the better I got, and it still does the better I get, I think. I don't like these rocks here. They just don't have nice shapes. Let's add little rocks up here. Maybe there's some shadows up on this side. Maybe there's some rocks up here too. Gonna grab your tablet and start trying that out? Yeah, it's a good way. I think it's not a bad way to do it. I personally don't like working that way too much because it's line work, and lines, I don't like to spend more time on lines than I need to. I think I'm similar to Sarah in that I actually do a thing. So I use lines for a very specific reason, which is typically construction. So if I need to understand the form of something, right? If I'm drawing like a house, right? Lines help me understand the form of the house, right? To know, like, these lines go this way and these lines go that way, right? Otherwise, there's nothing, you know. And so sometimes what I'll actually do is, and this is a very probably, I would argue this is a harder way of working, but sometimes I'll make the shape that I want, right? I'll say, think that's interesting. And then I kind of backwards construct it, and I say, okay, well, how might this work? So maybe here's a roof. Maybe the roof goes like this, right? That could work. And maybe this roof goes like that. Maybe it's curved here. You know, maybe it swoops down like this. And so maybe this line also needs to swoop. Or maybe it's straight. And so here's how this line's gonna, and then I'll adjust things as I go. But I'm like, I kind of reinvent the lines, right? Or maybe I want a different shape. Maybe I think, okay, what if some lines went like this instead? And then I might use that. Oh, this can still go down. But then maybe I can use that to be like, okay, well, this is actually gonna, you know, these can be a little lighter, and these arches can be a little darker. Right? Because now there's shadows. And so I'm using lines in combination with forms, right? And so here I'd be like, oh, well, I know that if this is an arch and it has some width, now I have to add lines back here, right? And maybe we can cut in here. And so I kind of I'll use lines in combination. And again, same thing can happen over here. Right, so I'll use lines in combination with form. But oftentimes I actually start with the block in. So I would argue this is a lot harder because you kind of have to already know how to both do the lines and also think about random blobs in 3 dimensions, which is not easy. But like this one here, I did exactly that, right? I think I might have started with some simple, actually, you know what? This is being time-lapsed, right? No, it's not. I think I started with some simple shapes that look about like this. Like a simple 3D square. And then what I did, then I blocked it in. So then the next step was to fill it in like this. And I probably did some basic lighting in it, right? So I basically filled it in. And then from here, I think I went back in and added the lines, right? Just like I did earlier. So I kind of did this in that way, where like a lot of these lines here that exist, I added them after. I actually, like these little support structures, I sketched those in on top of the form. So that's another way to work. I don't know if that's a good way. I don't know if I should be like promoting that, because it's probably not a great way of working. Though part of the reason I think this works for me is because my focus is still on the lighting, and so I want to get those colors and big shapes in first, so I can kind of understand how the light works on everything. But if you're just doing like design work with lines, there's nothing wrong with doing lines. Well, that looks amazing. Thank you, Neon 1984 on YouTube. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. So yeah, this was one of the ones where I did not do lines first, even though it still has lines in it. Anyway, back to this. This is what I'm painting today. Drufzilla says, so I find painting alla prima really unintuitive. I could see that. See, that's kind of how I paint. I mean, obviously I'm painting digitally, so it's not really alla prima, but I'm kind of painting mostly one layer. I interchange between, like, you know, painting a big shape and then doing some carving of the edges to, like for example, if I'm going to add a rock somewhere, like here, right? I might start by blocking in, like, okay, here's where I want the rock. You know, maybe a nice big rock. I'm trying to think where I want it, right? So do I want it to cut into the path? And so now I'm thinking it a little bit 3D, but no, maybe not cut into the path. Maybe it's just right here, right? A nice big rock. Maybe it's a couple rocks, right? And then from here, I'll take like a darker brush and I'll just be like, okay, well, let's do some sketching. Maybe this is a rock here. Maybe there's another rock overlapping it. You know, maybe the big rock is here. I'm trying to think. I don't want everything to go big, medium, small, right? I don't want like a 1, 2, 3 thing. So maybe this is the rock, you know, here. And these rocks are piled on top, right? That could be interesting. And maybe there's like a gap here or something, right? So this dark line here is going to be the shadow. So these lines are actually serving double duty. They're kind of shadow right now. And yeah, maybe the rocks are like that. Maybe there's some small rocks here. I'm trying to think, like, how do I break these shapes up? You know, I don't really want lines to be crisscrossed like that, so maybe this rock is here. So maybe this one doesn't go there. And so I'm kind of trying to design things in a way that look interesting. Maybe this one's set back a bit. So I'm it's very blobby, right? I'm kind of just constantly redoing things. I'm not trying to make it perfect right out the gate. Just trying to sort of figure it out, tease out the shapes. Maybe there's another shape in front of this one. And like maybe at some point I'm saying, okay, this works. That song. I always try to skip that song because it's too loud. So yeah, that's even with rocks it works, I think, quite well. And then of course then you add like some surface lighting. You know, maybe these rocks have a little bit of light on top of them. Also, like, what's happening in here? Maybe there's some other small rocks in this area. So I'm kind of using some lines, which I didn't start with, right? I started with blobs. But then maybe there's another rock here. Little tiny ones. I want little rocks in here too, because not everything is boulders. In fact, realistically, I think I should probably have mostly small rocks. You should... I saw somewhere people talk... Okay. I could go on a rant about this. Sometimes people like to break things down, like, you should have 70% big shapes and 20% small, medium shapes and 10% big shapes. Or, no, reverse that, right? 70% small shapes, 10% the biggest shapes, and 20% the medium shapes. I don't like those breakdowns, but I do think there's a little bit of truth to that a little bit. Like, I don't think I typically add enough small shapes. right? Your big shapes occupy a larger percent of your painting, but there's can still be lots of small shapes, right? I don't think I do that very well. Also, let's get a really big shape. I'm trying to think, where do I want my biggest shape? Here? Here? I mean, I guess the biggest shape is the tree. But yeah, I do think I don't add enough small shapes, and you know, painting rocks is a nice way to do that because it's obviously it makes sense to add a lot of small shapes. And so it works out pretty nicely. I'm adding little bits of shapes back here that are also just less contrast. So a lot lighter. And then some of these shapes can be carved out and made more interesting. Maybe they're like stones that were put here by someone. Maybe we'll put some runes on them and make them sort of mysterious. You know, we could add like bright hot pink carvings on them. I don't think I'm going to do that. We could add like glowing glyphs though. Like something like this. Just random shapes. Glowing runes. I don't know. Could be something fun there. I don't know if that's what I'm going to do or not. But that'll be in a moment if I do that. I don't want to jump to that too soon, even though I'm mostly painting on one layer. I want to get some of these smaller shapes of like the grass or the greenery from the grass to kind of come down into the scene and have some interesting shapes there. I'm liking playing around with the green and the purple. There's like that purple dirt look. I don't know. I'm not sure if this is good or if I'm liking it. I guess good is subjective. I don't know if I like it. I think I do. I think I like this sort of line of light. And so I can kind of bring that line up here more. Maybe also some of that light is over here. I don't want to go too heavy over here though, because that's going to create a strong contrast. So maybe I'll not do that for now. Maybe I'll focus on this stuff. And also, speaking of small shapes, you know, even though I'm adding a lot of dark against light shapes, I want to come in here and add some light against dark. So maybe these are some of those rocks back here that we can see just like little small shapes of light. Or something like that. Hopefully it doesn't get too noisy. Painting-wise, visual noise. It might be a little noisy. I think it's good, though. I'm curious, though, Druffzilla, you said you find painting alla prima very unintuitive. What's unintuitive about it? Like, just that you aren't drawing first, or... And because I know some people will, when they do alla prima, which is like wet on wet sort of painting, basically one layer painting, traditionally. oftentimes it's just, you know, you do it plein air is done alla prima because it's done on site in one setting. You missed my first message? Oh, I did. I think in 3D before I can think in values or color. I cannot see a finished image in your mind. Oh, I can't either. I can only think about relationships between things, not between their shape and form trying to imagine. Gotcha. I think alla prima means wet on wet. I don't, it may not. But it's basically that's what it is, whether or not that's what the word means. But yeah, it's basically wet on wet, one session painting, sort of just paint on canvas. I don't exactly know more than that. I'm sure it has a history of meaning that I don't know. But yeah, no, so I don't know most. I mean, I think if you're painting alla prima, typically it's associated with plein air, which means you're painting the thing in front of you. Like you're on site. So you don't have to imagine what you're gonna paint, right? Digital is really interesting though, because you can kind of paint alla prima. Not really. I don't even know if that makes sense, but you can kind of paint that way digitally without knowing what you're gonna paint, because you can respond and react and no sketch. Does it mean no sketch? Maybe. I don't know if it objectively means no sketch, but even if it does, let's just say it does, the nice thing about digital is that because you can constantly rework something to infinity, right? There is no like buildup of paint physically on your canvas. Like that way of working wouldn't work in real life if you were on canvas, if you didn't know what you were gonna paint, right? Because it would just make a mess. But digitally, you can actually work straight away, just make a mess, because you can carve out shapes, you can redo stuff. And so digital is interesting because it kind of is like you kind of can't work this way traditionally. Not really. Like you can do it if you're painting something in front of you, but it's very hard to just go in with oil paint and I'll figure it out as I go. Like you're probably gonna make a mess, right? Like it's gonna just start mixing and blending and there's no undoing and you'll have to like scrape it away. It's just, it feels like not a great way. So like doing a sketch first and sketching out and planning your painting is important. Thank you so much for the follow. So digital is neat in that it kind of marries two ways of working. You know, you working with, it's taking like the plein air way of painting and not knowing what you're gonna paint, so kind of a designing way, and you can kind of marry them in like design in the chaos. I like it. I think it's a fun way to paint. I think it's pretty close to what I do. I wouldn't call it actually alla prima is what I do, because I think that specifically relates to oil paint or traditional painting, but it's close enough that I know what you mean. Now I'm curious. Somebody needs to Google alla prima and figure out what it means. Or at least what it means, how people use it, not what the words mean. But yeah, I'm gonna add a little bit of highlights in here, probably a little bit of blue from that sky poking in. Very beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate it. And also thank you for the translation. I can't. Is that Russian? I assume it's Russian, but it might not be. I'm going to assume Russian, but it could be another language that looks similar. I'm bad at my languages, but yeah, thank you for the translation. It very helpful. I hope you're doing well today. Maybe we'd make another tree over here, going off the page. Is that going to add too much contrast? Yeah, that's weird. Maybe it goes on this way. There. A little bit of a shape over there. Okay, now. I want to try something. I'm going to take a multiply layer, and I'm going to take a dark purple, and I'm just going to add in some darkness in here. Sort of, you know, where these occluded areas might be. You know, where there's going to be some shadows. You know, just punching up the darkness a little bit. Not totally, but just a little bit. Kind of giving it a sense. Same for back here, but very lightly. I'm adding a little bit of shadow. You know, shadow, although, oh, now the light's coming in the other direction. Ooh, I flipped the shadow light, or I flipped the lighting. That'll work, though. We're gonna flip the light a little bit. Maybe the light will be over here. We're flip-flopping our light source mid-painting. You're from Russia? Kamchatka. I think it would be respectful of me to write in a translation. Yeah, I prefer people writing in English because that's the only way me or other moderators can, like, you know, pay attention to chat. I just don't think there's enough Russian-speaking people in chat. So, yeah, I try to keep it one language so that everybody's on the same page. But, yeah, that's cool. Welcome in. The only... I don't follow many Russian streamers. I know there's DZ Kawa. I think she's Russian. I know she speaks Russian. She streams in Russian, so I assume she is, but I don't know if maybe she just prefers to stream in Russian. But yeah, she's a Russian streamer. But yeah, we might go over there actually if she's live when we're done. Either that or Anthony Wheeler. I've mentioned both of them today, so. But yeah, glad you're here. Hope you're doing well. Little tiny pebbles and rocks in here. I'm not trying to paint everything, right? I don't want to have tons and tons of detail. But it is kind of fun to come in here and figure out some shapes. You know, add little, like, here's a rock on top of a rock. And so there's going to be a little bit of light up here. And then a little bit of shadow under here. You know, and like, what is this shape? I don't know. So let's make it make sense. You know, this shape can go back here. And a little bit of light. You know, drawing some forms, like trying to keep in mind our eye line, right? If our eyes are about here, this is gonna be, we're gonna just barely see the top of this, right? But up here, we're hardly seeing the top at all. So if we're gonna add some light, we're not gonna add much. It's basically a rim light, or we're just carving out the top, right? And up here, we're not gonna see the top at all. So we're actually gonna see this, right? So if I'm gonna make this line, right? So these things need to be in perspective a little bit, even when you're painting inorganic shapes. You don't need to draw like perspective lines, right? You don't have to make everything converge, but you're being aware of relatively how high it is versus how low, right? If you're painting something below you, you can see the top of it, right? So if here's the top of a rock, you can see the top. If you're painting it up here, you can't see the top of a rock, right? You see the top of, you see the edge. And so that just being aware of that is useful. That's how I paint organic shapes in perspective. It's just being aware of the plane that you're actually looking at. I don't know if that's helpful for anyone. I do think it can be tough to paint rocks in perspective. I'm not great at it, to be honest. Like here's a good example. This is wrong, right? If this went like this is not the right shape. I mean, it could be, right? Rocks can be any shape, but realistically, this is so far above us that if it's like the other rocks, it's probably gonna be like this, right? This is probably how it's gonna look. And so the general form, again, I can fudge the form. It's organic. I can do whatever I want, but that's the general idea. If you want it to be a square rock. So if it's not square, that's fine. It doesn't have to be square. You could make it like this. I could even make the top of it here, right? You could go like this. It could be like this shape. But know that that's not going to make it look square, right? And I think that's a tricky thing for some people. Is like keeping it consistent, kind of having this constant reminder that like my eyes are right here. Let's paint everything accordingly, right? The tree, oh, we're painting the underside of the tree, right? This is the branch. This is underneath the branch because we're looking up at it. And so maybe you add some little lines in here that imply that the form goes like this. So happy to see landscape art among anime girls. We kind of mentioned this earlier today. I mean, I just paint what I enjoy. But yeah, no, it is nice. It's nice to, it's a way to stand it. It is, yeah. If anyone ever wants to see environments, there's not that many of us, so we get all the traffic. But yeah, if we're looking up at these, right, these are gonna go like that around the form. So sometimes just some really simple indicators can go a long way. To really start pushing those forms. But yeah, I don't have any issue with anime art. I actually like that people draw what they like. I do think it's a little sad when people feel like they need to draw it to be popular or something, because that's just not true. But yeah. Sometimes I wonder why it's so hard to find us. I mean, there's just not as many of us. There's just not as many environment artists. And it's not that it's hard to find us. In fact, I would argue in some ways it's easy to find us. You just scroll until you find an environment artist, and that's it. The real question is, if you were an anime artist, how the heck do you get noticed? How do you stand out from all of the other art that is similar? Like, that's hard to me. I don't know how those people stand out. Like, thank goodness I don't have to stand amongst the field of, in the ocean of other people who do something similar. There's like 3 of us on Twitch doing environments, maybe 5. No, there's probably a dozen or so that I know of, but most of them don't stream when I do. That's what tags are for. It's tough. Love the lighting in this. Aw, thank you, Pepperly. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. The lighting. Okay, I have an issue. Some of these rocks are just squares, and a lot of them are not. Is that an issue, or is this just me being nitpicky? Drefzilla says, I think many people just draw the most popular thing because they have the urge to connect to others through their art. Maybe. You know how people watch the most popular movies, read the most popular... I mean, I think it would be sad if they just drew that. But I don't think so. I think people draw the stuff that's popular because it's popular, not to be popular, but because they're exposed to it, right? If something is popular and in the culture and in sort of around you, you probably will like it. Will you not? Like if that's the thing that everyone talks about, everyone engages with, so it makes sense that you're gonna like the thing. And then what do? You draw the thing you like. See, this is... I rambled about this a little earlier. I think people make an assumption sometimes that artists are trend seeking and following the trends and doing what they think they ought to do. And there's a little bit of that, right? People definitely do. But I think ultimately people are drawing the thing they want to draw. Maybe it is because it connects with people and they enjoy that. But it's still like they'd rather be doing that than other stuff. I don't think there's some like, you know, people are secretly wishing they could just, if only they would be acceptable to draw something else. I don't think that's the case. I think people are drawing the stuff they like. It just so happens to be that a lot of people like anime. Anime gets people into art every day, right? Somebody has their favorite show they watch and they can pause the video and draw what's on the screen, right? They see that that anime and manga is drawn, right? Same with comics. The amount of people who have gotten into art because of comics, like these things go hand in hand. People will draw the thing they're exposed to. They'll draw the things they're interested in. So yeah, I guess I don't think people are doing it because it's popular. I mean, I do in the same sense that I think they like it because it, like, it goes hand in hand, right? Like, it's like when a meme picks up, or when some language thing, right? People enjoy saying certain words. Like, there's that whole 6-7 meme. I don't really understand it, but that's fine. Like, people enjoy saying it because it's popular, but also they enjoy saying it, which makes it popular. And so it's like a cycle, right? It's not like they, oh, I want to be popular, so I'm gonna say it. It's more like I don't think there's some like nefarious like thing, right? Anyway. Now, that being said, I do think there are some people who probably just do a thing because it's trendy and they think it's gonna leads to success. Yeah, there's something with like saying 6-7, I don't know what it is. But it's just a phrase people will say. Even the people who say it don't know what it means. There's actually a video I watched on it by a YouTuber called Language Jones who kind of breaks it down. But it doesn't really matter what it means because people don't say it for the meaning. They say it because it's like it's sort of like saying bazinga or you know, the was up from the 90s or whatever. Like it's just a phrase people utter because they like it. And anyway, the point is, it's just like a viral thing that people do or are doing, kids these days, you know? But again, it's not, I don't think there's some like motive behind it. It's just, they like it, and so they do it. And I think the same is with art, right? You paint the stuff you like. Maybe you like it because it's popular, but you do like it. I don't know. It doesn't mean anything, that's the point. It's popular and that's it. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, it does technically have like an origin, but that doesn't really mean that's what it means. Yeah, it doesn't really mean anything. It does have an origin, and the origin had a meaning, but yeah, not relevant to the discussion, really. I wasn't judging it. I don't think doing something because it's popular is a bad thing. I was just thinking it's very much human nature. Yeah, I guess I assume that when you said they do it because it's popular, you were implying that not because they like it, right? Like, it's like saying, I could have my favorite, which is vanilla ice cream, but everybody's liking chocolate, so I'm going to do that instead, right? I don't think they're doing that. I don't think there's secretly some other favorite or some other thing they wish they were painting. I think they genuinely are choosing to do the thing. So yeah, that's I guess that was the clarification that I wanted to make, because I think there is a myth out there a little bit. And again, some people probably do that. You know, don't paint the thing they want to paint, and instead they paint what they think they have to paint. But yeah, I think there's sort of that idea. I know when I started streaming, I got into it. Yeah, you can share a painting. Absolutely, Nekohimi. I'd love to see a first painting that you mentioned earlier. Absolutely. I love seeing what people's early paintings. Just make sure that you save it somewhere. That way, you know, years down the road after you've done thousands of paintings, you can look back and be like, holy crap, I've come so far. Let's take a look. Oh, this is adorable. This is so cute. What a cute dog. What a floofball. I love that there's no eyes because the fluff is in front of it. Oh, that is a great. You saved all your art from when you were 13? Yeah, that's good. That is so cute. What a cute dog. Very nice. I like it a lot. That is extremely good for a first-time painting. Just saying. Yeah, that is extremely good. Very cool. Thank you so much for sharing. But yeah, so I remember when I was going back to this, like, paint what you want, not what you think you should paint. I know there is some, like, people will sometimes paint, like, a thing to get popular, or, like, for popularity. Like, maybe some people will do some fan art, and then they'll do a piece for themselves, and then they'll do some fan art, and kind of like a way to sort of, you know, cater to the algorithm. And there is a little bit of that, right? I think some people do let the algorithm kind of guide them maybe more than they feel like they should. So there's definitely, I think, some truth to sort of following a trend rather than doing what you actually want to do. But I remember when I was first starting streaming, there was a streamer who doesn't stream anymore, so I'm not going to shout him out by name. But I remember we got into a discussion about this very topic. He basically was like, you know, good luck growing because it's really hard. You'd be better off just doing anime. I'm like, I don't think so. Like, I genuinely do not believe that. And it was, we kind of had this whole topic of like, if you are competing, I mean, again, art is not a competition. I just want to put that out there, right? Full stop. Art is not a competition. But, however, if you view it as that, right? If you imagine, especially Twitch, you could argue Twitch streaming is, though, right? Art's not a competition, but maybe streaming is, okay? So let's just pretend streaming is for a second. At least a little bit, right? It's not really a competition, but kind of, sort of, in some ways. Like, you know what I mean. I think everybody understands what I'm trying to get at. Anyway, but if you view it as a competition, who's going to be the best at it? Is it going to be someone who doesn't like it and is only kind of pretending to like it? Are they going to put in as much energy and effort as someone who genuinely loves the thing they're doing? Not a chance, right? There is not a chance that someone who doesn't like doing a thing is going to outperform someone who just loves it. There is no way. And that, to me, now you're telling me to jump into the biggest pond with the most people or the most fishes doing the things that they love the most, and you're trying to tell me to outcompete a literal ocean of people? That's insanity, right? Why would I do that? Why would I put myself against the masses in a field that I don't even care about doing? And you're telling me that's going to be the way to succeed. Like, get out of here. That is not a chance, right? And that, I feel like that is that mentality that a lot of people have when they're like, oh, you should just do this thing. No, you shouldn't do the popular thing if you're not liking it, because you can't outcompete the people who do genuinely like it. Like, look, there are superhero nerds who love everything superhero related and know everything about superheroes, and they can make lore accurate paintings and sort of fan art, and they can dive in deep. I'm not going up against that. Like, I don't want to. I don't even enjoy painting superhero fan art. Like, why would I? That's not a golden ticket to success, right? I always say you can never master something you don't love. I agree. I think I mean, maybe something like I was gonna say Sudoku, no, like the tic-tac-toe, right, where it's very shallow. There's like what 15 different games or something, and not even that. And like, yeah, you can master tic-tac-toe without loving it because you can take 15 minutes and learn it. But you can't master something that takes a literal lifetime to master unless you love it. Like, it's certainly not if there's any level of like competition in like job market or social media or algorithm. Like if you're trying to like fight for views or you know, become the best or something, like, yeah, you don't have a chance. So do the thing you love. There will be an audience for it, because if you love it, again, you're not special. Other people will also love it. Like, people will love the thing you love. It just, that tends to be how the world works. Maybe there's not as many of them, but they're out there. And you can actually become the best at doing the thing that you really, really love, probably. Right? Like, because you love it, and you can put the time and energy into it because you'll have the energy, because it's something that you like. I don't know. That's my whole rant. So yeah, I had this conversation with someone, and I mean, it is like, obviously that view exists, right? Like, some people do think that, and it is a little heartbreaking. It's a little heartbreaking when you hear people sort of repeat this, and it's like, are you spending your life doing a thing you don't want to do because you think you have to? And you know, this kind of goes back to the culture type argument that I said, with like a work culture, or you know, this sort of grind set or whatever it is, right? You oftentimes we're made to feel like we have to do something, and you don't. Like, I think the best artists are the ones who say, you know, everyone's looking that way, I'm gonna look that way. I'm gonna be the weirdo. You know, I'm gonna do the thing that I want to do, and I'm gonna do it the way I want to do it. And then people take notice, because it's like, hey, I want to do that thing, you know? Now, there's nothing wrong with also wanting to look the same way those people look. Like, you know, you probably, in all odds of most things in life, right, you probably like food that is popular, right? You probably don't like some super weird niche thing that no one else likes, and you're the only one on the planet. Like, you probably like the tasty food that everyone else finds tasty. You probably like the movies that most other people also think are good, right? Like, most of us aren't super unique snowflakes. But every once in a while, especially with art, where we want to do the thing we want to do, you shouldn't do something you don't want to do, is what I'm saying. Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Hopefully I have sufficiently ranted about this topic. But yeah, it relates to streaming, it relates to social media, it relates to art, it relates to really anything. Writing, right? Write the thing you want to write. And it's hard. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think it's hard sometimes to, like, be vulnerable and do the thing when you feel like there's no one else out there who even likes the thing you're doing. I think that's really hard. But I also think it absolutely leads to the best work. And it leads to you becoming an expert at it. And then that's the other piece of advice, the one I mentioned last stream from Adam Savage from Mythbusters, where it's like, if you do a thing, if you're the best at something, someone will hire you for it, right? There will be, and again, this isn't all about job market, because art doesn't have to be a job, but like, if you love it and you can do the thing, and you will get really good at it, probably because you like it, and you can actually invest time if you want to getting good at it, there will be like a space for you, you know, a community around you. Yeah, anyway, that's a thing. I think I'm doing both. I try to kind of fit in, but also not let other people taste influence me too much. Yeah, I mean, I think we all do that to most things in most of our life, and I think it's fine. I guess I would just hope that people would, if upon reflection, you're like, is this what I want to do? There should be like a, yes, I do want to do it, right? I mean, look, some people just really like numbers going up. I do. If you really like numbers going up, and you like the grind to make numbers go up, then like do whatever it takes to do that, right? Like if that's the game you want to play and if that's the thing you really love, then like yeah, excel at it. Why not? You know, go get it, I guess. But if it's like a creative endeavor, don't not do the thing you want to do because you have, you know, like don't look back on your life and be like, man, I really wish I would have painted different stuff in my life. I was so focused on this other thing. And that would be sad. If you really like numbers go up, you should play Zuminos, wink wink. Yeah, go play Zuminos. Also, is it out? I don't actually remember, Sarah. It's a numbers go up game. Is it officially out? I think it was an early, was it early? Gosh, I can't remember. Sorry. I know you worked on it. I should know more about this, Sarah. I think I added it to my wish list, right? I think I did. The painting looks wonderful. Lovely lighting and palette. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you came in during a rant, which is about a guarantee if you ever come into my stream. Not really fully released yet, but a new patch just got pushed today for the demo. Nice. So for those who don't know, Zuminos is a game on Steam. The demo is out, and you can play it right now on Steam for free. And yeah, Sarah is working on that game, or worked on it. Are you still working on it, or is that your full-time gig at the moment? I actually don't know. I know you've had a few other things you've done. I've been lurking while I eat. Good rant. Yeah, no worries. I'm glad you like the rant. You can always expect that I will be ranting about something. But yeah, you guys should go check it out. I'm literally working on it as we're talking. Okay. I wasn't sure because I know you've had like other projects. As someone who just wants to do commissions on the side, and it's been a struggle because I'm not the type to play the game. Oh, really? So you want to see it? To me, commissions are like a thing that nobody really wants to do. I mean, obviously some people love commissions. No, I like commissions in that I do like to some degree being told what to paint. I do like that actually, but there is, to me, it definitely wouldn't be the end goal, but I don't think you have to play a game or the game to do commissions. I think ultimately still, even with commissions, it's still... So I think with commissions it's tricky, but I think there's two theories of mind here. One is be like the hired hand, you know, be the flexible person who's just like, I want... And this is like the Fiverr thing where like, I need a thing, but I don't really care how it gets done, right? And in a lot of ways, I think AI is kind of taking those jobs of like, I don't care who makes it, I just need a thing, right? But then there is like the branded artist who's like, I don't just want a thing, I want the thing that you made, right? I want it made in your way, right? Where it's not just a generic painting by any random person who can, you know, I can afford to pay them, but it's I like this person's work and I want to pay them. And you know how you get those jobs is by making awesome work that people want, right? So you make awesome stuff and people are like, I want them to make me something. And then you get jobs because they want you to make them something. That's my experience. Like, every commission I've ever had is because the person reached out to me asking me if I take commissions. And then I'd say yes, and then I get a commission. I'm not like playing a game of... I mean, again, I'm not a great example of this because I hardly ever take on commissions, but I am not playing some game of like marketing myself. I'm for hire. I'll paint whatever you want in whatever style you want, right? It's like, here's my work, and hopefully I can keep getting better and keep improving. And the better I get, the more people will want me to paint them stuff, right? Like, that's kind of my thought. And the natural progression is also like with video game studios, right? I think it was literally, I'm just going to keep talking about Sarah because she's here. she posted some studies of cars on Twitter or Blue Sky, and didn't you get connected by DreamWorks or contacted by DreamWorks to work on something because you painted a bunch of cars that you wanted to paint? Like, you know, maybe, I don't know, like that kind of thing. Like that's like commission extreme, right? That's not like a random person wanting to pay you, but that's like a company. But it's the same thing, right? You get really good at a thing. They were on your art station? Okay, art station. Gotcha. But like that's, you know, ultimately it's get good, paint the stuff you want. But again, there is obviously like portfolio catering and you can do all that, right? There is a whole game around it, but I don't think you have to, especially if you're like, again, unless you're like need the income right this instant. But like if you have a side, you know, if you have another job on the side, and you know, maybe it's a part-time job, I don't think you have to, like, I think you can keep paying the stuff you want to make, get really good at it, and I think people will find you. But also you can make some effort to, like, you know, play the social media game if you want, and maybe that'll help. Certainly wouldn't hurt boosting those numbers and getting views or whatever, and, you know, more likely that the person who wants your stuff will find you. But I think ultimately it's just make stuff that people are like, wow, I really want that. I don't know. That's my advice. I'm not a great, I mean, that's one way. It's certainly not the only way. You know, don't take what I say as like gospel. I'm just a dude on the internet rambling. I used to get commissions more often, but not anymore because of a long absence on social media. Now it's the whole who is she when I post that I'm taking commissions. Yeah, I mean, I think posting, yeah, I think the posting for you're taking commissions is very much like I'm just speaking, like you're just speaking to your followers, which is fine, right? Like I know Silasay, right? I think she's a good example of this. She streamed a lot, she grew social media, she is very like community focused. And so when she's like, "Hey, I'm opening up commissions," again, people weren't saying, "Oh my gosh, your art's so gorgeous." I mean, they were. Her art's gorgeous. They weren't, but they weren't being like, "Oh, it's some random person on my feed whose art's really nice. I think I'm gonna get a commission." They're like, "Oh my gosh, I follow this person. I'd love them to make it work for me." Right? It's equally about, in some cases, the person. Now, obviously, if you're doing like production work, right? Like for a company, they probably don't care who it is. They just want to make sure that someone can do the work and that they're good. But if it's like a person and there's that social connection, like, yeah, that's definitely a big part of it. Like, let's not like, I think the day and age of like, you know, I just need a D&D character, I don't care who paints it. I think that those days are over, right? I think that's where people use AI, unfortunately. AI is garbage, by the way, but that's my take. But there are people who have a style, who have a look, they bring something to the table, right? People like their taste, and those people will absolutely still get commissions because they're the only one who can't, like, you know, if you give 10 people a prompt and I'm one of them, I'm the only one who's going to paint it my way. I'm not saying that I'm better than the others. I'm just like, every single one of those 10 people are going to do a different thing, right? And so if you like the way that one of those people do their thing, that's who you're going to go to. And so I guess be the person who does the thing in the way that people like. And so that it's, yeah, I don't know. That's my ramble. And it's hard. I think ultimately though, you know how you get there is just, again, doing what I was saying earlier. Like, paint the thing you want to paint. Make the art you want to make. Akira Toriyama's work always made me want to draw vehicles. I don't know who that is. Oh, wait, Akira. Is that the person who made Akira? Because I know there's a motorcycle in it. Let me Google. No. Okay. Unrelated. Yeah, I don't know their work. He's the guy behind Dragon Ball. Okay. Okay. You know what this painting needs? Some colors in the sky. Also, my eyes are sore. I think I'm wrapping up here. We're just adding some light. Maybe also some light in here. Just making an S. No. A J for Joe. Just writing my name. No. What do I want to do? I'm trying to think how I want to do this. Let's first play around with some of the overlay with different colors. Some pink light. I'm gonna just sprinkle in some subtle different colors in here. What about blues in the sky? No, that doesn't look good. Don't think I want blue in the sky. No, that's ugly. I'm ruining it. Yeah, that's bad. Okay, what if I do this? What if I go a little bit light, like with a white? Oh, that's not an overlay. It's like really blowing out these colors. I think that's not bad. Akira was made by Katsuhiro Otomo? Okay. I won't remember that. Yeah, I just saw the word Akira. I'm like, oh, there's vehicles in that. But yeah. That was dumb of me. Maybe there's little bits of light dappled in here. Whoa, what's happening? It's a raid by Ike. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? Welcome, Ike. Welcome, the Bonklings. Uh-oh, these two trees look like they're meshing together. That's not good. I just realized that. What's happening? Like, where did this tree go? Maybe this one is foreground more, and it goes up. And then this one is background. Let's fix that. And then down here, we'll put some blobs, some more rocks. Thank you for the follow. All right, just wrapped up another fruitless search for an ancient city. Oh my goodness. Now I gotta scrounge up dinner. So I don't know how ancient cities in Minecraft work, but the deep dark spawn in mountains, right? A lot, right? Underneath mountains. But there's not always an ancient city in a deep dark. So what do you do? Just like go to a big mountain, dig down, hope you find the deep dark, and then... Assuming you're not using like Seed Finder, because that's cheaty, right? I'm assuming you're not doing that. Yeah, no, it's tough. Did you just say spawneth? No, I just said spawn. I don't think I said spawnish. Spawneth. I don't think I said spawneth. That's not a spawn? Spawning? I don't think I said spawneth. Maybe I did. Now I'm concerned. Heretofore I spawneth thine swamp. Yes. Exactly, Sarah. Heretofore. I need to start saying heretofore. It's either an extreme hills or mountains biome for. Okay, gotcha. I've searched 3 potential hotspots and found lots of skulk, but no city. Oh, it's so tough. The 4th place was completely empty of any skulk at all. Oh, well, I hope you find it soon. Good luck. Do you have like a build or a project that you want to do when you get there, or is it just like for quick sneak or something? Sorry, I'm using a lot of lingo from Minecraft. So Ike was playing Minecraft, and he's looking for an ancient city, which is the scariest of the biomes, which is a city in the Deep Dark. Technically, the biome is Deep Dark, but yeah, there's this thing called it's dark, and there's these things called shriekers and skulk sensors, and then when they hear movement, they then set out a shriek. And after 4 shrieks, it spawns a warden. And the warden has like a sonic... It's like a blind creature. It wanders in the dark. And it will set out like a sonic blast in your direction if it hears you. So you literally have to crouch and walk. And it's extremely spooky because the screen will flash black when it spawns. And it's terrifying. I absolutely hate it. But at the same time, there's a lot of good loot in ancient cities. So, to find it for your challenges before I can move on to the Netherite Age. Oh, gotcha. Ike is going through something similar to what I've been going through, looking for trial chambers. Gotcha. Ooh, yeah. How do you find trial chambers other than a villager, right? I know you can find them with cartographers. I guess you can pyrray, right? That's what speedrunners do. They look at the pie and you can find the trial spawners. But that's also, maybe you consider that cheating. I don't know. But this is an F3 menu. It's there. Yeah, I think for trial spawners, technically you could pyrray for an ancient city, couldn't you? For like Skulk? I actually don't know how that works. I don't know if that would show up. You'd have to research. But you might not think of that as legitimate. I don't know. Even though you can do it within the game. Ooh, now I'm curious. So for those who don't know, there's a pie chart you can open up in Minecraft, which will show like entities, and it'll also show like mobs, and you can, a lot of entities, things are like spawners are big ones, and so a lot of these structures have unique entities, and so you can look for them, and it'll tell you how many are like within an area, and so you can kind of locate them by turning, and it'll pop up on the pie chart. But that might be a little like not feel fun to like find it the old-fashioned way of like digging down and mining. You found your child changer by dumb luck. Nice. Yeah, I've always done mine by the map, or the villagers, by trading. Let's go in here with like an orange. And a green, really adding some. I keep finding partially spawned ones. It acts like a metal detector. The pie, yeah, absolutely. I don't really use it, but I know of it because I watch speedrunners and they use it, and I'm like, oh, that could be handy someday. I've only ever found trial chambers basically right below my spawn, and by luck, digging in the deep slate and go, why are there... You know what? Funny enough, I also just not recently, but like... So, okay, so... whenever my internet goes out, one of my things I do is just play Minecraft, and because I can actually play it offline. And yeah, I made a world. I made a world that exactly that happened. I literally first thing I did when I spawned in was dig down, get some like basic stone tools, dig straight down, and I landed smack dab in a trial chamber. It was like right at spawn. And I'm like, what the heck? And so yeah, that's also like a thing that has happened to me. I guess that's the most common place to dig down. So maybe that's why. Anyway, enough Minecraft talk. I am doing some art. Hi everyone, my name's Joe. I paint stuff. Today we are painting an environment. We've been working on it just from the start of stream. We're about ready to wrap up here though. Just trying to fix some shapes, play around with some stuff. Ike says, on a few of my hardcore attempts after I die, I spectate my world and there's almost always trial chamber below, a few times some sculpt. Nice. Yeah, I haven't played in my hardcore world in a while. Funny enough, there's a deep dark biome right near me, and I've been going in it very scaredy because I'm terrified. But it's, I don't think there's an ancient city, but I'm kind of on the lookout for one in that world. I haven't found one either. We gonna do connections? Oh, we could. I haven't done it today. Yeah, we could do connections. I'll do it in a moment. But yeah, I did play a little bit of my hardcore world in Minecraft after the copper update. So I got some copper golems in there, but I don't think I played enough for like them to turn into statues. So I haven't really played that much, but I know you can build them out of the oxidized copper and they'll basically turn instantly. But I actually do want to get a whole bunch of them all oxidize and make like an army just for fun. Just have like 1,000 little copper golem statues that are just turned to stone or turned to copper. But I always get killed by a skeleton the first night, try to leave my house in hardcore. Oh, see, I don't build a house first. Typically what I do, so I think in my world, what I did, it's hard to recall because it was so long ago, but I think typically what I do is I just immediately make a boat, and the first night I will just be sailing, because like if I need, because I love getting buried treasure. I love finding, I just like to find a cool spot, and typically I like to do it a little bit by the water, and so I'll basically just set sail, and I try to find an ocean as soon as possible. And then I just sail until I find a cool spot to build, basically. It's not always by the ocean, but like I might be 1,000 blocks out before I do anything. Like I'll have like some basic tools, like stone tools and stuff. Maybe I'll have gotten a shipwreck. Hopefully I haven't died by a drowned. But yeah, basically very early, I typically just set sail, go find a cool location, and then I play it super, maybe find a village. Villages are super nice and hardcore. You just chill, basically. You trade and stuff during the day. During the night, you can go mine, gather materials, that kind of thing. And then you can just do everything you want with villager trading. That's typically how I play hardcore. And then you just play super slow and don't take any risks, and don't go to the nether until you're fully decked out in armor, and then you go, maybe even just like don't even do a bastion. You just get all your pearls by killing endermen using like boats or something. And then you obviously go get blazes, kill the ender dragon, get an elytra, and then you're set, because you can't possibly screw up then. Also, like, I think in my current hardcore world, sorry if this is too technical for people who don't know what I'm talking about. In my first hardcore world, or in all of my hardcore worlds, I actually like to just build a raid farm. I know that's a little, like, some people don't like that because it makes it too easy, but just build a raid farm and get totems and you're set. Like just have a totem and you have to really screw up. Just have a couple extra in your inventory at all times and you're pretty good. So that tends to be one of the things I do is first find a spot to build, maybe up near a village, maybe not. Make a raid farm, build some basic stuff, some basic farms if I need them. I like building farms. Building farms are fun. But yeah, everybody plays Minecraft differently. It's kind of like art. Everybody paints things differently or paints different things. And that's kind of what makes it a fun thing. Is there's so many ways to play. It's kind of a sandbox game. Or not even kind of, it is. With like a minimal survival aspect to it. You've been lucky enough to find like a secluded island or some right away in hardcore, so I secure it with lights, dig down and mine it, but once I have armor and tools, I think I can be alright, and then always die right away. Oh no. You love this painting? Aw, oh, thank you, Raichiana. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm liking it. It's a fun one. You know what? Speaking of finding a little secluded island, I really want to... So I think one of my projects in my hardcore world is to find a nice mushroom biome and do a night, like do a city there, but make it beautiful at night because no mobs spawn. And so it's like I could do like a nice nighttime build, which is neat because then you don't need lights and you can make it a little dark. You can make dark alleyways. Like you can really do some fun lighting. So I think it would be fun to do like a mushroom island build, like make that your base. It's a little harder because you don't have as many materials there, but it's I think it'd be really cool. That's something that I want to do at some point. But I already have a base and it feels weird to like go away and you know, do that. Can you show the grayscale? Yeah. Oh, there we go. It's the foreground's a little bit, you know, I could have gone a little darker in here. Or in some spots, you know, where there's shadows. But I think it's okay. I think it works. I don't think we need to go darker. Like, because there's the values of the things, like you can tell these are rocks because there's enough value around them, right? Like compositionally, you know, I do think it would look nice sometimes with like some darkness in here, but I don't think we need that, you know? That's more of just like composition thing. But yeah. I think it works. Valkyrie says, I found a huge region in Minecraft with 3 mushroom islands in each one pretty big. No, nice. Yeah, I think no, wait, I was gonna say the new Hermitcraft season, isn't that a mushroom island? But I don't think so. It's just a big island. And your shadow is on a multiply layer? Well, I was on a multiply layer because I was deleting some multiply. I added some shadow earlier. Oh, that's light. Hold on. No, I don't have like a specific layer for shadows. I sometimes will add multiply. Sometimes I'll do overlay. It kind of depends on what I need. So I actually really like overlay for shadows sometimes because there are some paintings where I want rich and vibrant shadows. And so overlay is nice because it makes colors rich and vibrant, right? Like, look at that. And so if you want to add like with overlay, you will always get more saturated. And so sometimes I'll use overlay, you know, and I won't go pure purple or whatever. I'll use kind of a gray. Or, you know, I won't use actual, like if you use actual gray, I think it'll just make it darker and it'll keep the saturation that you already have. But if you use any color, it's pretty much going to make it more saturated. So I sometimes will use overlay and I'll just go in to like the dark areas where I want it to be darker and I'll overlay in some darkness. And also maybe I can introduce a new light color or new color in there and you can get some really nice looking shadows. But in this case, I think I mostly painted them manually. YouTube Minecraft watcher says the irony is that under my spawn, the world is pre-deep slate. Is after the update came out, I went down for iron, and instead of iron, I found an ancient city. But shortly after, I died to fall damage. Oh no! Gotta have that water bucket. No, I don't think I've ever actually saved myself with a water bucket clutch in a real world. I always have one just in case, but I just use hopefully having elytra and totems and it'll save me. But I also try not to dig straight down. Also, feather falling, like I said, I always typically start in a city, or not start in a city, but like find a city early to make a base, which means I can just villager like reset trades until I can get a feather falling 4. That's the most, right? Yeah. And then typically you can survive most falls from down. But yeah. I think I've died, so in hardcore worlds I think I've only had 2 that I've died in that have been like any amount of established playtime. I've lost a couple within the first night. Just from like doing risky things and like, you know, high risk, high reward play at the very start. But then once I get established, I've only died I think I've only actually died once. Yeah, I think I've only lost 1 world that was like properly established. Like basically, you know, I don't know, more than 5 hours of playtime, or more than 2 hours of playtime, pretty much. I think I typically die within the first hour or 2 if I'm gonna die at all. But yeah, one of them was just, it was very stupid. I was, you know, fully decked out, had a totem, had my elytra or elytra, however you say it. I flew down into a lush cave biome, and it was just hard to navigate, getting stuck in water underneath like a lily pad. You just can't get out very well. And then creepers started falling in and they blew me up, killed my totem, popped, and then like 2 seconds later I got shot by an arrow or blew up by another creeper. So it was just like a bombardment and I just died. It was not a good time. It was so stupid. It was just like me being cocky. Like I was so comfortable because I was flying around, had a totem, like I was set, man. I wasn't dying until all of a sudden just creeper explode. It was just awful. It was so stupid. But the new world I'm in is still alive and kicking, and yeah. Okay, let's do the connections and stream. I've been rambling about Minecraft for a bit, but we haven't really made any painting progress. But yeah, Raichiana, I don't always use a multiply layer for shadows. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It really just depends on what I think I need for the painting. I think multiply is the safest route. But I do like saturated shadows, and so sometimes it will just be overlay. So yeah, let's do connections real quick, and then we'll end stream. This is not my painting. This was Ronald's painting. Connections. Yeah, I haven't done today's connections. Actually, I haven't done today's Wordle either. I have a 1-day streak. Apparently I did it yesterday. I don't remember that. Okay, sine could be sine wave, triangle wave, pay wave, bell wave, settle wave, rattle wave. Nope. Sine, cosine, pro, co-drum, co-bell, co-saw, co-pay, co-pro, co-square, co-ab. Co-ab? No. Collab? Okay, maybe it's not. Clear. Clear is what you say before you... okay, so people who don't know what I'm doing. So this is a game where I'm trying to find 4 groups of 4 words that all have a connection. And basically... Oh, I just bumped my mic. And then, yeah, so there's typically 4 categories. Each one kind of gets harder and harder. And I'm just trying to find all of them. Square, triangle, these are things. You could also have bell curve, sine curves. Oh, these are types of curves? This definitely feels like geometry stuff. AB is like an angle. You have triangles. You have squares. You have there's definitely a math theme, right? Like sine. You could have bell curves. Yeah, I don't know. Bell could also be a last name. Settle, pay. You could settle. You could conquer. I came. I saw. I conquered. Hold on. Saw. I came. Saw. Conquered. That's one of them. I came. I saw. Conquered. That's the saying. That's gotta be a category, right? Right? That's not a that would have been top row if it was red herring. I think that's might be purple. We're gonna try it. I'm just gonna lock in. That's blue. Dang it. Okay. Okay. Square. We're all square. We're all settled. We're all clear. We're all paid. No, we're square. We're clear. We're settled. You can square, clear, settle. Rattle, bell, triangle. I don't know. You can ring a bell. Sub. You can backseat. I'm not going to look at chat, though, until... I'm going to try to avoid chat. I'm not going to look down here until I'm stuck or stumped. Pro. Drum. What is drum? Drum something up? Humdrum. Humbell. That's not a word. Humdrum. Settle. Rattle. You could ring, you could drum, you could rattle, you can bell. A triangle, a rattle, a bell, and a drum. The percussion instruments. Percussion instruments. Even got the right phrase. A, B, sign. These totally are math things. Okay. Sub? No, maybe not. Maybe it's not. Clear, pay. Settle, square. Is it really pay? You can clear. Sign is like a homophone of to sign, like sign a check. You could pay a check, clear, settle, clear, square. I feel like saying you're square, you're settled, you're cleared. Am I wrong in this thinking? You can sub. Twitch? Just kidding. Okay. Pro. Sub. No. Sign. I mean, there's... What is this? How do I not know it? How do I not know this? AB definitely feels like math. Sign is definitely math. Ab. Ab is your abdominal. Abdomen. Rodamen. No. Ab. Oh, I just saw chat. You think pro and sub are all prefixes? Is pay a prefix? I don't know. Sign. Could be. So what would that leave, though? Clear, sign, square, settle? Not a chance, right? Sign, it doesn't... It would have to be this. Sign could be a prefix. I think it's clear, square, settle, and I think pay. I'm gonna... Okay, it was. Satisfies. See, I don't like that. You can square your debts, settle, clear your debts, pay... I guess that's right. I just didn't think of it as that part of speech. So what is this? This is not... We definitely didn't get purple first. I don't know what that is. Latin prepositions. Okay. That makes sense, I guess. The pay also put me off. Yeah, I wasn't thinking of it as that part of speech, right? Where, like, you pay it, you settle it, you square it, you clear it. I was thinking more of, like, we are settled. We are squared. you know, we're all clear, right? Those kind, like as a phrase, and we're all pay doesn't make any sense, right? But you can say we're all squared or we're all squared up. Sign, it's a prefix. I don't know. Don't know. We could look it up. Okay, anyway, that was connections. We got it. We got there in the end. It took us a bit. But yeah, thanks for being here, everybody. I appreciate it. Let's sign my art. Different type of sign. And yeah, I think that's a good spot to stop for today. Let's look up what sign meant. Sign preposition. They were just Latin prepositions. I don't even know what a preposition is. Borrowed from the Latin sinus, curve, bend, bosom. That word. Curve. Okay, so it just means a curve. So a sine wave, kind of. It's just a Latin word. I don't even know what a preposition is. But basically, it's Latin. Kind of like, I don't think they're prefixes specifically. I think they're just Latin words. I think it's literally the category was Latin words or something. But that's okay. That did not make me feel smart. Yeah, prefix is a part of it. Yeah, I think a preposition is a word in and of itself. They're just, I don't exactly know what a preposition is, but they're not, I don't think they're prefixes. But yeah, all right. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. I had fun. Hopefully you guys, thank you for putting up with my Minecraft rambles, because I realize that's not something that everybody can understand or relate to. Most people aren't here for Minecraft, although we did get rated by Ike, and Ike is a Minecrafter and an artist. By the way, Ike is a great artist. You guys should totally follow Ike if you don't know Ike. He has a comic he's doing. And yeah. Sarah, thanks for being here. Drefzilla, Just Fiction, Ike, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, thanks for being here. Everybody, there's tons of you. Rachiana, anyone and everyone, lots of people lurking. Thank you for being here. And I will see you next time. I do have a Patreon. If anybody wants to support me there, you can. Don't feel like you have to. It's just a thing I have that I kind of have been neglecting. I should probably make a post, by the way. Note to self, update that. Let's see. I have a YouTube channel, which I stream to. I'm live right now on it, technically. It's my VOD channel. If you ever want to watch a past stream, you can even just browse through like the thumbnails. If there's ever a painting that you saw and maybe you wanted to know how I painted it and see the process, it'll be there in all of its 4 hours plus glory. So lots of full-length streams on my YouTube channel and the VODs. But yeah, I think that's all the end stuff. So see you later.